Introduction. Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Introduction. The chronicles of history record that in most wars some figure, through intrepidity, originality, and brilliancy of action, has raised himself above his fellows and achieved a picturesqueness which is commonly associated only with characters of fiction. In the American Civil War, or the War between the States, three dashing cavalry leaders, Stuart, Forrest, and Mosby, so captured the public imagination that their exploits took on a glamour which we associate, as did the writers of the time, with the deeds of the Waverley characters and the heroes of chivalry. Of the three leaders, Colonel John S. Mosby, 1833 to 1916, was perhaps the most romantic figure. In the South his dashing exploits made him one of the great heroes of the Lost Cause. In the North he was painted as the blackest of redoubtable scoundrels, a fact only to be explained as due to the exasperation caused by a successful enemy against whom all measures were worthless and ineffective. So great became the fame of Mosby's partisan exploits that soldiers of fortune came even from Europe to share his adventures. Colonel Mosby was a Virginian of the Virginians, educated at the State's University, and seemed destined to pass his life as an obscure Virginia attorney, when war brought him his opportunity for fame. The following pages contain the story of his life as private in the cavalry, as a scout, and as a leader of partisans. But Mosby was the type of man who is not content with the routine performance of duties, and this was illustrated early in his career as a soldier. He was ever on the watch to aid the cause in which he was engaged. Stuart's famous ride around McClellan and Lee's attack on Pope before he could be reinforced were deeds for which Mosby fairly earned some share of credit. These enterprises, together with his prevention of Sheridan's use of the Manassas Gap Railroad, had a distinct bearing upon the successful maintenance of the Southern Confederacy for 4 long years. But his great work was his distinctive warfare near Washington against the troops guarding the Potomac. Behind the Northern forces aiming at Richmond, for 2 years of almost incredible activity, Mosby himself said, "I rarely rested more than a day at a time." He maintained his warfare, neutralizing at times some 50,000 troops by compelling them to guard the rear of the enemy and his capital. The 4 counties of Virginia nearest Washington became known as Mosby's Confederacy. Here his blows were almost incessant, followed always by the dispersing of his band or bands among the farmhouses of the sympathetic inhabitants. Seldom or never was an attack made with more than 250 men. Usually from 30 to 60 would be collected at a rendezvous, such as Rectortown, Aldie, or Upperville, and after discharging, as it were, a lightning flash, be swallowed up in impenetrable darkness, leaving behind only a threat of some future raid, to fall no one could foresee where. The execution of this bold plan was successful, long successful, its damage to the enemy enormous, and it exhibited a military genius of the highest order. By reason of his originality and intellectual boldness, as well as his intrepidity and success of execution, Mosby is clearly entitled to occupy a preeminence among the partisan leaders of history. And this is to be said for him, that he created and kept up to the end of the Great War Mosby's Confederacy, while preserving the full confidence and regard of the knightly Lee. Confederate General Marcus Wright, who assisted in editing the records of the war, wrote to Colonel Mosby as follows: Dear Colonel Mosby, it may, and I know will be interesting to you, that I have carefully read all of General R.E. Lee's dispatches, correspondence, etc., during the war of 1861 to 1865, and while he was not in the habit of paying compliments, yet these papers of his will show that you received from him more compliments and commendations than any other officer in the Confederate army. But an even more effective testimonial of Mosby's success comes from the records of his enemy. For a time the Northern belief was that Mosby was a myth, the wandering Jew of the struggle. Later he was termed the modern Rob Roy. Such epithets as land pirate, horse thief, murderer, and guerrilla bear witness of the feeling of exasperation against the man. Guerrilla, however, was the favorite epithet, and Mosby did not resent its use, for he believed that his success had made the term an honorable one. The effectiveness of Mosby's work is illustrated by the following comment of the Comte de Paris in his History of the Civil War in America. In Washington itself, General Heintzelman was in command who, besides the depots, had under his control several thousand infantry ready to take the field, and Stahl's division of cavalry numbering 6,000 horses, whose only task was to pursue Mosby and the few hundred partisans led by this daring chief. General Joseph E. Hooker, in his testimony on the conduct of the war, said, "I may here state that while at Fairfax Court House my cavalry was reinforced by that of Major General Stahl. The latter numbered 6,100 sabres. The force opposed to them was Mosby's guerrillas, numbering about 200, and if the reports of the newspapers were to be believed, this whole party was killed 2 or 3 times during the winter. From the time I took command of the Army of the Potomac, there was no evidence that any force of the enemy, other than the above named, was within 100 miles of Washington City, and yet the planks on the Chain Bridge were taken up at night the greater part of the winter and spring. It was this cavalry force, it will be remembered, I had occasion to ask for, that my cavalry might be strengthened when it was numerically too weak to cope with the superior numbers of the enemy." How redoubtable Mosby was considered by the Northern authorities may be seen from the following. War Department, Washington, April 16, 1865. To Major General Hancock, Winchester, Virginia. In holding an interview with Mosby, it may be needless to caution an old soldier like you to guard against surprise or danger to yourself, but the recent murders show such astounding wickedness that too much precaution cannot be taken. If Mosby is sincere, he might do much toward detecting and apprehending the murderers of the President. Signed, Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Secretary Stanton had previously telegraphed to Hancock, "There is evidence that Mosby knew of Booth's plan" concerning the assassination of Lincoln, and was here in the city with him. No one knew better than Hancock that Mosby, at the time of the assassination, was in Virginia. The notion that he had anything to do with this crime was a part of the reputation he had acquired in the North, and which he was doubtless quite willing to acquire in order to give worse dreams to those of the enemy who were in the neighborhood of his operations. This reputation was fostered by soldiers who, during the war and long afterwards, entertained their firesides with tales of hair-breadth escapes from the dreadful guerrillas. But some of Mosby's best friends in his later life were men who had been his prisoners. So far did the hostility and feeling against Mosby carry that as late as May 4, 1865, almost a month after Lee's surrender, General Grant telegraphed to General Halleck, "I would advise offering a reward of $5,000 for Mosby." This was done, but nobody captured him. The turning point in his career after the war was his endorsement of and voting for Grant in 1872. The Civil War was then but 7 years past, and the Southern people were not prepared to follow his lead. They turned against him bitterly, against one of their chief heroes, whom they had delighted to honor, who had struggled so manfully and for so long against the storm raging against them. Young and of little experience in politics, he may have thought it inconceivable that they would treat his voting for the magnanimous soldier as the unforgivable sin. His motive was rather gratitude than political, rather a response to Grant's behavior toward the Southern army, General Lee, and himself, than any design to change the attitude of the South toward the Federal government. Certainly the colonel, in spite of abuse and recrimination heaped upon him, never repented of this act. During his last illness Colonel Mosby did say, no doubt to hear himself contradicted, "I pitched my politics in too high a key when I voted for Grant. I ought to have accepted office under him. My family would now be comfortably supplied with money." But this was far from being his serious opinion, as his own statements show. Intellectually the colonel showed as great a constitutional impatience of restraint and as great individuality as he exhibited in his operations during the war. Perhaps his lifelong fondness for Byron's poetry resulted from a feeling that there was a resemblance between the experiences of Byron, as represented in his poems, and his own, the war of the many with one. But the resemblance was a superficial one. Mosby's impatience of restraint was a so strongly marked characteristic that he always seemed unwilling to follow a plan of his own after having disclosed it to another. Probably the reason the Yankees, trying to trap him, could never find out where he was going to be next was because he never knew himself. The following from an interview with him, which appeared in the Philadelphia Post in 1867 or 1868, illustrates his tendency to think independently. Question: Whom do you think the ablest general on the Federal side? Answer: McClellan by all odds. I think he is the only man on the Federal side who could have organized the army as it was. Grant had, of course, more successes in the field in the latter part of the war, but Grant only came in to reap the benefits of McClellan's previous efforts. At the same time, I do not wish to disparage General Grant, for he has many abilities, but if Grant had commanded during the first years of the war, we would have gained our independence. Grant's policy of attacking would have been a blessing to us, for we lost more by inaction than we would have lost in battle. After the first Manassas, the army took a sort of dry rot, and we lost more men by camp diseases than we would have by fighting. Question: What is your individual opinion of Jeff Davis? Answer: I think history will record him as one of the greatest men of the time. Every lost cause, you know, must have a scapegoat, and Mr. Davis has been chosen as such. He must take all the blame without any of the credit. I do not know any man in the Confederate States that could have conducted the war with the same success that he did. Question: Are there any bitter feelings cherished? Answer: No, not now, except those engendered since the war by the manner in which we have been treated. The whole administration of affairs in Virginia is in the hands of a lot of bounty jumpers and jailbirds, and their only qualification is that they can take the ironclad oath. But, he added, they generally take anything else they can lay their hands on. General Grant and Colonel Mosby came to be far more than political friends. In fact, it was through General Grant that Mosby secured his position with the Southern Pacific Railroad, which he held from 1885 to 1901. The two men were well suited to each other. Grant was a silent man, a good listener. Mosby, abrupt and even rude toward those who wished to speak to him irrelevantly, dearly loved to talk to an intelligent person. The silent and slow commander of all the armies, guided by luminous common sense, and the nervous, impetuous raider, a raider by temperament, a raider in every way, in practice of law, taking part in politics, writing memoirs, had much in common that was fundamental. They were but children in taking care of their business affairs. They were shy, and full of feeling, sentiment, and romance. The colonel was an assistant attorney in the Department of Justice at Washington from 1904 to 1910, and continued to reside in the capital until his death, May 30, 1916. He was not often inclined to talk about his own exploits in the Civil War, though going at some length into explanations of the movements of the great armies and engaging in various controversies about them, as well as about other matters of public interest, past and present. Colonel Mosby realized that the account of the military operations at the Battle of Manassas included in the present volume is markedly at variance with the usual version. His efforts to unravel the story of Stuart's cavalry in the Gettysburg campaign extended over many years and resulted in a book and numerous articles. The account which he prepared for these memoirs he considered the best answer to Stuart's critics, and spoke of it as the final word. The colonel was little interested in anything which did not concern man and his social relations except, perhaps, logic and polemics. What could not be affirmed positively with the geometric QED, or in Latin quo erat demonstratum, appealed to him only as it concerned war, politics, sentiment, or the like. New inventions left him cold, if not a little resentful, at their disturbing or rendering out of date the historical setting of the Civil War. But in political and social matters he was an advanced thinker, although this was rather a liberal attitude of mind, in which he took pride, than any interest in the views themselves. His horizon in general was limited by American history and politics. He was full of the anecdotal history of Virginia and conspicuous Virginians of past generations, as well as information about family relationships, information such as printed in books in New England, but in Virginia has been commonly left to oral tradition. But the events described in these memoirs were his greatest interest, and the days when he was a commander of partisans were the golden days of his over fourscore years. As he said at the reunion of his battalion in 1895, "Life cannot afford a more bitter cup than the one I drained at Salem, nor any higher reward of ambition than that I received as commander of the 43rd Virginia Battalion of Cavalry." Signed, Charles W. Russell. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 1. Early Life. I was born December 6, 1833, at the home of my grandfather, James McLaurin, in Powhatan County, Virginia. He was the son of Robert McLaurin, an Episcopal minister, who came from Scotland before the Revolution. Great-grandfather McLaurin lived at the Glebe and is buried at Peterville Church in Powhatan. After the church was disestablished, the state appropriated the Glebe, and Peterville was sold to the Baptists. My grandfather McLaurin lived to be very old. He was a soldier of the Revolution, and I well remember his cough, which it was said he contracted from exposure in the war when he had smallpox. My grandfather Mosby was also a native of Powhatan. He had lived at Gibraltar, but moved to Nelson County, where my father, Alfred D. Mosby, was born. When I was a child, my father bought a farm near Charlottesville, in Albemarle, on which I was raised. I recollect that one day I went with my father to our peach orchard on a high ridge, and he pointed out Monticello, the home of Thomas Jefferson, on a mountain a few miles away, and told me some of the history of the great man who wrote the Declaration of Independence. At that time there were no public and few private schools in Virginia, but a widow opened a school in Fry's Woods, adjoining my father's farm. My sister Victoria and I went as her pupils. I was 7 years old when I learned to read, although I had gone a month or so to a country school in Nelson, near a post office called Merle's Shop, where I had learned to spell. As I was so young, my mother always sent a negro boy with me to the schoolhouse, and he came for me in the evening. But once I begged him to stay all day with me, and I shared my dinner with him. When playtime came, some of the larger boys put him up on a block for sale, and he was knocked down to the highest bidder. I thought it was a bona fide sale, and was greatly distressed at losing such a dutiful playmate. We went home together, but he never spent another day with me at the schoolhouse. The first drunken man I ever saw was my schoolmaster. He went home at playtime to get his dinner, but took an overdose of whiskey. On the way back he fell on the roadside and went to sleep. The big boys picked him up and carried him into the schoolhouse, and he heard our lessons. The school closed soon after, I don't know why. It was a common thing in the old days of negro slavery for a Virginia gentleman, who had inherited a fortune, to live in luxury with plenty of the comforts of life, and die insolvent, while his overseer retired to live on what he had saved. Mr. Jefferson was one example of this. I often heard that Jefferson had held in his arms Betsy Wheat, a pupil at the school where I learned to read. She was the daughter of the overseer and, being the senior of all the other scholars, was the second in command. She exercised as much authority as the schoolmistress. As I have said, the log schoolhouse was in Fry's Woods, which adjoined my father's farm. To this rude hut I walked daily for 3 sessions with my eldest sister, later with 2, often through a deep snow, to get the rudiments of an education. I remember that the schoolmistress, a most excellent woman, whipped her son and me for fighting. That was the only blow I ever received during the time I went to school. A few years ago, I visited the spot in company with Bartlett Bowling, who was with me in the war. There was nothing left but a pile of rocks, the remains of the chimney. The associations of the place raised up phantoms of the past. I am the only survivor of the children who went to school there. I went to the spring along the same path where I had often walked when a barefooted schoolboy, and got a drink of cool water from a gourd. There I first realized the pathos of the once popular air, Ben Bolt. The spring was still there and the running brook, but all of my schoolmates had gone. The Peter parley were the standard school books of my day. In my books were 2 pictures that made a lasting impression on me. One was of Wolfe dying on the field in the arms of a soldier. The other was of Putnam riding down the stone steps with the British close behind him. About that time I borrowed a copy of the Life of Marion, which was the first book I read, except as a task at school. I remember how I shouted when I read aloud in the nursery of the way the great Partisan hid in the swamp and outwitted the British. I did not then expect that the time would ever come when I would have escapes as narrow as that of Putnam, and take part in adventures that have been compared with Marion's. When I was 10 years old, I began going to school in Charlottesville. Sometimes I went on horseback, and sometimes I walked. 2 of my teachers, James White, who taught Latin and Greek, and Alec Nelson, who taught mathematics, were afterwards professors at Washington and Lee, while General Robert E. Lee was its president. When I was 16 years old, I went as a student to the University of Virginia, some evidence of the progress I had made in getting an education. In my youth I was very delicate, and often heard that I would never live to be a grown man. But the prophets were wrong, for I have outlived nearly all the contemporaries of my youth. I was devoted to hunting, and a servant always had coffee ready for me at daylight on a Saturday morning, so that I was out shooting when nearly all were sleeping. My father was a slaveholder, and I still cherished a strong affection for the slaves who nursed me and played with me in my childhood. That was the prevailing sentiment in the South, not one peculiar to myself, but one prevailing in all the South toward an institution which we now thank Abraham Lincoln for abolishing. Footnote: Colonel Mosby never had a word to say favorable to slavery, a fact which may be attributed to the influence of Miss Abby Southwick, afterwards Mrs. Stevenson, of Manchester, Massachusetts, who was employed to teach his sisters. She was a strong and outspoken abolitionist and a friend of Garrison and Wendell Phillips. All the Mosby family were, and remained, devoted to Miss Southwick. She and young Mosby had numerous talks on the subject of slavery and other political topics. At the close of the war she immediately sent money and supplies to the family, and told how anxiously she had read the papers, fearing to find the news that he had been killed. I had no taste for athletics, and have never seen a ball game. My habits of study were never regular, but I always had a literary taste. While I fairly recited Tacitus and Thucydides as a task, I read with delight Irving's stories of the Moors in Granada. Colonel Mosby's career at the University of Virginia, where he graduated in Greek and mathematics, was not so serene throughout as that of the ordinary student. One incident made a lasting impression upon his mind and affected his future course. He was convicted of unlawfully shooting a fellow student and was sentenced to a fine and imprisonment in the jail at Charlottesville. It was the case of defending the good name of a young lady, and while the law was doubtless violated, public sentiment was indicated by the legislature's remitting the fine and the governor's granting a pardon. The Baltimore Sun published an account of this incident by Mr. John S. Patton, who said that Mosby had been fined $10 for assaulting the town sergeant. The young Mosby had been known as one not given to lawless hilarity, but as a fighter. "And the colonel himself admits," continues Patton, "that he got the worst of these boyish engagements, except once, when the fight was on between him and Charles Price, of Meacham's, and in that case they were separated before victory could perch. They also go so far as to say that he was a spirited lad, though far from talkative and not far from quiet, introspective moods." His antagonist this time was George Turpin, a student of medicine in the university. Turpin had carved Frank Morrison to his taste with a pocket-knife and added to his reputation by nearly killing Fred M. Wills with a rock. When Jack Mosby, spare and delicate Turpin was large and athletic, received the latter's threat that he would eat him blood raw on sight, he proceeded to get ready. The cause of the impending hostilities was an incident at a party of the Spooner residents in Montebello, which Turpin construed as humiliating to him, and with the aid of some friends who dearly loved a fisticuff, he reached the conclusion that John Mosby was to blame and that it was his duty to chastise him. Mosby was due at mathematics lecture room, and thither he went and met Professor Courtenay and did his problems first of all. That over, he thrust a pepper-box pistol into his jacket and went forth to find his enemy. He had not far to go, for by this time the Turpins were keeping a boarding-house in the building then, as now, known as the Cable House, about the distance of 4 Baltimore blocks from the university. Thither went the future partisan leader, and with a friend was standing on the back porch when Turpin approached. He advanced on Mosby at once, but not far. The latter brought his pepper box into action with instant effect. Turpin went down with a bullet in his throat, and was taken up as good as dead. The trial is still referred to as the cause célèbre of our local court. 4 great lawyers were engaged in it. The names of Robertson, Rives, Watson, and Leach adorn the legal annals of Virginia. The prosecutor in this case was Judge William J. Robertson, of Charlottesville, who made a vigorous arraignment of the young student. On visiting the jail one day after the conviction, much to his surprise Robertson was greeted by Mosby in a friendly manner. This was followed by the loan of a copy of Blackstone's Commentaries to the prisoner, and a lifelong friendship between the two. Thus it was that young Mosby entered upon the study of law, which he made his profession. Colonel Mosby wrote on a newspaper clipping giving an account of the shooting incident. "I did not go to Turpin's house, but he came to my boarding house, and he had sent me a message that he was coming there to eat me up." Mosby's conviction affected him greatly, and he did not include an account of it in his story because, or at least it would seem probable, he feared that the conclusion would be drawn that he was more like the picture painted by the enemy during the war, instead of the kindly man he really was. However this may be, nothing pleased him more than the honors paid to him by the people of Charlottesville and by the University of Virginia. He spoke of these things as one of time's revenges. In January 1915, a delegation from Virginia presented Colonel Mosby with a bronze medal and an embossed address which read as follows: To Colonel John S. Mosby, Warrenton, Virginia. Your friends and admirers in the University of Virginia welcome this opportunity of expressing for you their affection and esteem, and of congratulating you upon the vigor and alertness of body and mind with which you have rounded out your 80 years. Your alma mater has pride in your scholarly application in the days of your prepossessing youth, in your martial genius manifested in a career singularly original and romantic, in the forceful fluency of your record of the history made by yourself and your comrades in the Army of Northern Virginia, and in the dignity, diligence, and sagacity with which you have served your united country at home and abroad. Endowed with the gift of friendship which won for you the confidence of both Lee and Grant, you have proven yourself a man of war, a man of letters, and a man of affairs worthy the best traditions of your university and your State, to both of which you have been a loyal son. End of chapter. Chapter 2 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John S. Mosby. Chapter 2. The War Begins. I went to Bristol, Virginia, in October 1855 and opened a law office. I was a stranger and the first lawyer that located there. When attending court at Abingdon in the summer of 1860, I met William Blackford, who had been in class with me at the university and who was afterwards a colonel of engineers on General Stuart's staff. Blackford asked me to join a cavalry company which he was assisting to raise and in which he expected to be a lieutenant. To oblige him, I allowed my name to be put on the muster roll, but was so indifferent about the matter that I was not present when the company organized. William E. Jones was made captain. He was a graduate of West Point and had resigned from the United States Army a few years before. Jones was a fine soldier, but his temper produced friction with his superiors and greatly impaired his capacity as a commander. There were omens of war at this time, but nobody realized the impending danger. Our first drill was on January Court Day, 1861. I borrowed a horse and rode up to Abingdon to take my first lesson. After the drill was over and the company had broken ranks, I went to hear John B. Floyd make a speech on the condition of the times. He had been Secretary of War and had lately resigned. Buchanan, in a history of his administration, said that Floyd's resignation had nothing to do with secession, but he requested it on account of financial irregularities he had discovered in the War Department. But to return to the campaign of 1860. I never had any talent or taste for stump speaking or handling party machines, but with my strong convictions I was a supporter of Douglas and the Union. Footnote: Colonel Mosby was almost the only Douglas Democrat in Bristol. That is to say, he was in favor of recognizing the right of a territory belonging to the United States to vote against slavery within its borders. The Breckinridge Democrats believed, especially after the decision of the Supreme Court in the Dred Scott case, in the right of the slaveholders to take their slaves into the territories and hold them there in slavery against the wishes of the inhabitants. End of footnote. Whenever a Whig became extreme on the slave question, he went over to the opposition party. No doubt the majority of the Virginia Democrats agreed with the Union sentiments of Andrew Jackson, but the party was controlled by a section known as the Chivalry, who were disciples of Calhoun, and got most of the honors. It was for this reason that a Virginia senator, Mason, who belonged to that school, was selected to read to the Senate the dying speech of the great apostle of secession and slavery, Calhoun. It proved to be a legacy of woe to the South. I met Mr. Mason at an entertainment given him on his return from London after the close of the war. He still bore himself with pride and dignity, but without that hauteur which is said to have characterized him when he declared in the Senate that he was an ambassador from Virginia. He found his home in the Shenandoah Valley desolate. It will be remembered that, with John Slidell, Mason was captured when a passenger on board an English steamer and sent a prisoner to Fort Warren in Boston Harbor, but he was released on demand of the English government. Mason told us many interesting things about his trip to London, of a conversation with Lord Brougham at a dinner, and the mistake the London post office had made in sending his mail to the American minister, Charles Francis Adams, and Mr. Adams's mail to Mason. Seeing him thus in the wreck of his hopes, and with no future to cheer him, I was reminded of Caius Marius brooding among the ruins of Carthage. William L. Yancey of Alabama did more than any other man in the South to precipitate the sectional conflict. In a commercial convention, shortly before the campaign of 1860, he had offered resolutions in favor of repealing the laws against the African slave trade. Yancey attacked Thomas Jefferson as an abolitionist, as Calhoun had done in the Senate, and called Virginia a breeding ground for slaves to sell to the Cotton States. He also charged her people with using the laws against the importation of Africans to create for themselves a monopoly in the slave market. Roger A. Pryor replied to him in a powerful speech. Yancey was more responsible than any other man for the disruption of the Democratic party and, consequently, of the Union. He came to Virginia to speak in the presidential canvass. I was attending court at Abingdon, where Yancey was advertised to speak. A few Douglas men in the county had invited Tom Rives, a famous stump orator, to meet Yancey, and I was delegated to call on the latter and prepare a joint debate. Yancey was stopping at the house of Governor Floyd, then Secretary of War. I went to Floyd's home, was introduced to Yancey, and stated my business. He refused the joint debate, and I shall never forget the arrogance and contempt with which he treated me. I heard his speech that day. It was a strong one for his side. As the Virginia people had not yet been educated up to the secession point, Yancey thinly veiled his disunion purposes. That night we put up Tom Rives, who made a great speech in reply to Yancey and pictured the horrors of disunion and war. Rives was elected a member of the convention that met the next winter, and there voted against disunion. Early in the war, the company in which I was a private was in camp near Richmond, and one day I met Rives on the street. It was the first time I had seen him since the speech at Abingdon. I had written an account of his speech for a Richmond paper, which pleased him very much, and he was very cordial. He wanted me to go with him to the governor's house and get Governor Letcher, who had also been a Douglas man the year before, to give me a commission. I declined and told him that as I had no military training, I preferred serving as a private under a good officer. I had no idea then that I should ever rise above the ranks. A few days before the presidential election, I was walking on the street in Bristol when I was attracted by a crowd that was holding a Bell and Everett meeting. Someone called on me to make a Union speech. I rose and told the meeting that I saw no reason for making a Union speech at a Bell and Everett meeting, that it was my mission to call not the righteous but sinners to repentance. This brought down the house. I little thought that in a few months I should be regarded as one of the sinners. I was very friendly with the editor of the secession paper in my town. One day he asked me what I intended to do in the case of a collision between the government and South Carolina. I told him I would be on the side of the Union. He said that I should find him on the other side. Very well, I replied, I shall meet you at Philippi. Some years after the war he called upon me in Washington and jokingly reminded me of what I had said to him. As he was about my age and did not go into the army, I was tempted to tell him that I did go to Philippi but did not meet him there. Footnote. The editor in question, Mr. J. A. Sperry, of the Bristol Courier, has told the story in a somewhat different way. In writing his reminiscences of Mosby, he said, Mosby pursued the even tenor of his way until the memorable presidential campaign of 1860. So guarded had been his political utterances that but few of the villagers knew with which of the parties to class him, when he suddenly bloomed out as an elector on the Douglas ticket. This seemed to fix his status as a Union Democrat. I say seemed, for I am now inclined to think his politics was like his subsequent fighting, independent and irregular. We saw little of him in the stirring times immediately succeeding the election. One morning about the middle of January, 1861, I met him in the street, when he abruptly accosted me. I believe you are a secessionist per se. What has led you to that conclusion? The editorial in your paper today? "You have not read it carefully," said I. "There is nothing in it to justify your inference. In summing up the events of the week, I find that several sovereign states have formally severed their connection with the Union. We are confronted with the accomplished fact of secession. I have expressed no opinion either of the right or the expediency of the movement. I am not a secessionist per se, if I understand the term, but a secessionist by the logic of events." "I am glad to hear it," he rejoined. "I have never coveted the office of Jack Ketch, but I would cheerfully fill it for one day for the pleasure of hanging a disunionist per se. Do you know what secession means? It means bloody war, followed by feuds between the border states, which a century may not see the end of." "I do not agree with you," I said. "I see no reason why secession should not be peaceable. But in the event of the dreadful war you predict, which side will you take?" "I shall fight for the Union, sir. For the Union, of course. And you?" "Oh, I don't apprehend any such extremity, but if I am forced into the struggle I shall fight for my mother's section. Should we meet upon the field of battle, as Yancey said to Brownlow the other day, I would run a bayonet through you." "Very well, we'll meet at Philippi," retorted Mosby, and stalked away. Several months elapsed before I saw him again, but the rapid and startling events of those months made them seem like years. I was sitting in my office writing, one day in the latter part of April, when my attention was attracted by the quick step of some one entering and the exclamation, "How do you like my uniform?" It was a moment before I could recognize the figure pirouetting before me in the bobtail coat of a cavalry private. "Why, Mosby!" I exclaimed. "This isn't Philippi, nor is that a Federal uniform." "No more of that," said he, with a twinkle of the eye. "When I talked that way, Virginia had not passed the ordinance of secession. She is out of the Union now. Virginia is my mother, God bless her! I can't fight against my mother, can I?" In April 1861 came the call to arms. On the day after the bombardment by South Carolina and the surrender of Fort Sumter that aroused all the slumbering passions of the country, I was again attending court at Abington, when the telegraph operator told me of the great news that had just gone over the wire. Mr. Lincoln had called on the States for troops to suppress the rebellion. In the preceding December, Floyd had ordered Major Anderson to hold Sumter against the secessionists to the last extremity. Anderson simply obeyed Floyd's orders. When the news came, Governor Floyd was at home, and I went to his house to tell him. I remember he said it would be the bloodiest war the world had ever seen. Floyd's was a sad fate. He had, as Secretary of War, given great offense to the North by the shipping of arms from the Northern arsenals to the South some months before secession. He was charged with having been in collusion with the enemies of the government under which he held office, and with treachery. At Donelson he was the senior officer in command. When the other brigadiers refused to fight any longer, he brought off his own men and left the others to surrender to Grant. This was regarded as a breach of discipline, and Jefferson Davis relieved him of his command. When Lincoln's proclamation was issued, the Virginia Convention was still in session and had not passed a secession ordinance, so she was not included with states against which the proclamation was first directed. With the exception of the northwestern section of the state, where there were few slaves and the Union sentiment predominated, the people of Virginia, in response to the President's call for troops to enforce the laws, sprang to arms to resist the government. The war cry, "To arms!" resounded throughout the land, and in the delirium of the hour we all forgot our Union principles and our sympathy with the pro-slavery cause, and rushed to the field of Mars. In issuing his proclamation, Lincoln referred for authority to a statute in pursuance of which George Washington sent an army into Pennsylvania to suppress the whiskey insurrection. But the people were persuaded that Lincoln's real object was to abolish slavery, although at this inaugural he had said, "There has never been any reasonable cause for such apprehension that by the accession of the Republican administration
Their property and their peace and personal security were endangered. Indeed, the most ample evidence to the contrary has all the while existed and been open to their inspection. It is found in nearly all the published speeches of him who now addresses you. I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the States where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. The South had always been solid for slavery, and when the quarrel about it resulted in a conflict of arms, those who had approved the policy of disunion took the pro-slavery side. It was perfectly logical to fight for slavery, if it was right to own slaves. Enforcing the laws was not coercing a State, unless the State resisted the execution of the laws. When such a collision came, coercion depended on which was the stronger side. The Virginia Convention had been in session about 2 months, but a majority had opposed secession up to the time of the proclamation, and even then a large minority, including many of the ablest men in Virginia, voted against it. Among that number was Jubal Early, who was prominent in the war. Nobody cared whether it was a constitutional right they were exercising, or an act of revolution. At such times reason is silent and passion prevails. The ordinance of secession was adopted in April and provided that it be submitted to a popular vote on the 4th Thursday in May. According to the states' rights theory, Virginia was still in the Union until the ordinance was ratified, but the state immediately became an armed camp, and her troops seized the United States Armory at Harper's Ferry and the Norfolk Navy Yard. Virginia went out of the Union by force of arms, and I went with her. End of chapter.
Chapter 3 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 3. A Private in the Cavalry. In that fateful April, 1861, our local company, with other companies of infantry and cavalry, went into camp in a half-finished building of the Martha Washington College in the suburbs of Abington. Captain Jones allowed me to remain in Bristol for some time to close up the business I had in hand for clients and to provide for my family. A good many owed me fees when I left home, and they still owe me. My last appearance in court was in Blountville, Tennessee, before the Chancellor. My first night in camp I was detailed as one of the camp guards. Sergeant Tom Edmondson, a gallant soldier who was killed in June 1864, gave me the countersign and instructed me as to the duties of a sentinel. For 2 hours, in a cold wind, I walked my round and was very glad when my relief came and I could go to rest on my pallet of straw. The experience of my first night in camp rather tended to chill my military ardor and was far more distasteful than picketing near the enemy's lines on the Potomac, which I afterwards did in hot and cold weather, very cheerfully. In fact, I enjoyed it. The danger of being shot by a rifleman in a thicket, if not attractive, at least kept a vidette awake and watching. At this time I was the frailest and most delicate man in the company, but camp duty was always irksome to me, and I preferred being on the outposts. During the whole time that I served as a private, nearly a year, I only once missed going on picket 3 times a week. The single exception was when I was disabled one night by my horse falling over a cow lying in the road. Captain Jones had strict ideas of discipline, which he enforced, but he took good care of his horses as well as his men. There was a horse inspection every morning, and the man whose horse was not well groomed got a scolding mixed with some cursing by Captain Jones. Jones was always very kind to me. He drilled his own company, and also a company of cavalry from Marion, which had come to our camp to get the benefit of his instruction in cavalry tactics. In the Marion company was William E. Peters, professor at Emory and Henry College, who had graduated in the same class in Greek with me at the university. When he and I were students reading Thucydides, we did not expect ever to take part in a greater war than the Peloponnesian. Peters had left his literary work to be a lieutenant of cavalry. He was made a staff officer by General Floyd in his campaign that year in West Virginia. For some reason, Peters was not with Floyd when the latter escaped from Fort Donelson in February 1862. Peters was a strict churchman, but considered it his duty to fight a duel with a Confederate officer. He became a colonel of cavalry. Peters' regiment was with McCausland when he was sent by General Early in August 1864 to Chambersburg, and his regiment was selected as the one to set fire to the town. Peters refused to obey the order, for which he is entitled to a monument to his memory. Reprisals in war can only be justified as a deterrent. As the Confederates were holding the place for only a few hours, while the Northern armies were occupying a large part of the South, no doubt, aside from any question of humanity, Peters thought it was bad policy to provoke retaliation. General Early ordered a reprisal in kind on account of the houses burned in the Shenandoah Valley a few months before by General Hunter. As General Early made no mention of Peters in his book, I imagine it was because of his refusal to apply the torch to Chambersburg. On his return from this expedition, McCausland was surprised by Averill at Moorfield, and Peters was wounded and captured. He told me that he expected to be put under arrest for disobedience as soon as he got back to Virginia. Hunter was a member of an old Virginia family, but he showed no favor to Virginians. At Bull Run he commanded the leading division that crossed at Sudley and was badly wounded, but there was no sympathy for him in Virginia. A relative of his told me that when Hunter met a lady who was a near relative, he offered to embrace her, but was repelled. She thought that in fighting against Virginia he was committing an unnatural act, and that he had the feelings, described by Hamlet, of one who would kill a king and marry with his brother. On Hunter's staff was his relative, Colonel Strother, who had won literary distinction over the pen name of Port Crayon. Both men seemed to be animated by the same sentiments toward their kin. Hunter presided over the court that condemned Mrs. Surratt as an accessory to the assassination of President Lincoln. He closed his life by suicide. But to return to our company of cavalry and my first days as a soldier. We were sent, within a few days, to another camping ground, where we had plank sheds for shelter and where we drilled regularly. Several companies of infantry shared the camp with us. Once I had been detailed for camp guard and, having been relieved just as the company went out to drill, I saddled my horse and went along. I had no idea that it was a breach of discipline to be doing double duty, until two men with muskets came up and told me that I was under arrest for it. I was too proud to say a word, and as my time had come, I went again to walking my rounds. Once after that, when we were in camp on Bull Run, I was talking at night with the colonel in his tent and did not hear the bugle sounded for roll call. So a lieutenant, who happened to be in command, ordered me as a penalty to do duty the rest of the morning as a camp guard. He knew that my absence from roll call was not willful, but a mistake. I would not make any explanation, but served my tour of duty. These were the only instances in which I was punished when a private. Our circuit judge, Fulkerson, who had served in the Mexican War, was appointed a colonel by Governor Letcher, and took command of the camp at Abington. But in a few days we were ordered to Richmond. Fulkerson, with the infantry, went by rail, but Jones preferred to march his company all the way. As he had been an officer in the army on the plains, we learned a good deal from him in the 2 weeks on the road, and it was a good course of discipline for us. I was almost a perfect stranger in the company to which I belonged, and I felt so lonely in camp that I applied to Captain Jones for a transfer to an infantry company from Bristol. He said that I would have to get the approval of the governor, and forwarded my application to him at Richmond. Fortunately, the next day we were ordered away, and I heard nothing more about the transfer. On May 30, in the afternoon, our company, 100 strong, left Abington to join the army. In spite of a drizzling rain, the whole population was out to say farewell. In fact, a good many old men rode several miles with us. We marched 10 miles and then disbanded to disperse in squads, under the command of an officer or of a non-commissioned officer, to spend the night at the country homes. I went under Jim King, the orderly sergeant, and spent the night at the home of Major A.E, who gave us the best of everything, but I was so depressed at parting with my wife and children that I scarcely spoke a word. King had been a cadet at West Point for a short time, and had learned something of tactics. He was afterwards transferred to the 37th Virginia Infantry, and was killed in Jackson's battle at Kernstown. When the roll was called the next morning at the rendezvous at Old Glade Spring Church, I don't think a man was missing. The men were boiling with enthusiasm and afraid that the war would be over before they got to the firing line. I remember one man who was conspicuous on the march. He rode at the head of the column and got the bouquets the ladies threw at us, but in our first battle he was conspicuous for his absence and stayed with the wagons. Our march to the army was an ovation. Nobody dreamed of the possibility of our failure and the last scene of the great drama at Appomattox. We made easy marches, and by the time we got to Wytheville, all of my depression of spirits had gone, and I was as lively as anybody. It took us 2 weeks to get to Richmond, where we spent a few days on the fairgrounds. We were then sent to a camp of instruction at Ashland, where we remained a short time, or until we, with a cavalry company from Amelia County, were ordered to join Joe Johnston's army in the Shenandoah. I well remember that we were in Ashland when news came to us that Joe Johnston, on June 15, had retreated from Harper's Ferry to Winchester. To begin the war by abandoning such an outpost, when there was no enemy near and no necessity for it, was a shock for which we were not prepared, and it chilled our enthusiasm. I couldn't understand it, that was all, but my instinct told me at the time what was afterwards confirmed by reason and experience, that a great blunder had been committed. At Wytheville, on our third day's march to Richmond, we got the papers which informed us that the war had actually begun in a skirmish at Fairfax, where Captain Marr had been killed. We were greatly excited by the news of the affair. Our people had been reading about war and descriptions of battles by historians and poets from the days of Homer down, and were filled with enthusiasm for military glory. They had no experience in the hardships of military service and knew nothing, had no conception, of the suffering it brings to the homes of those who have left them. In all great wars, women and children are the chief sufferers. Our company joined the 1st Virginia Cavalry, commanded by Colonel J.E.B. Stuart, in the Shenandoah Valley. At Richmond, Captain Jones, who stood high with those in authority, had procured Sharp's carbines for us. We considered this a great compliment, as arms were scarce in the Confederacy. We had been furnished with sabres before we left Abington, but the only real use I ever heard of their being put to was to hold a piece of meat over a fire for frying. I dragged one through the first year of the war, but when I became a commander I discarded it. The sabre and lance may have been very good weapons in the days of chivalry, and my suspicion is that the combats of the hero of Cervantes were more realistic, and not such burlesques as they are supposed to be. But certainly the sabre is of no use against gunpowder. Captain Jones also made requisition for uniforms, but when they arrived there was almost a mutiny. They were a sort of dun color, and came from the penitentiary. The men piled them up in the camp, and all but Fount Beatty and myself refused to wear them. We joined Joe Johnston's army in the Shenandoah Valley at his headquarters in Winchester, and rested there for a day. Then we went on to join Colonel J.E.B. Stuart's regiment at Bunker Hill, a village about 12 miles distant on the pike leading to Martinsburg, where Patterson's army was camped. We were incorporated into the 1st Virginia Cavalry, which Stuart had just organized, now on outpost to watch Patterson. I had never seen Stuart before, and the distance between us was so great that I never expected to rise to even an acquaintance with him. Stuart was a graduate of West Point, and as lieutenant in Colonel Sumner's regiment, the 1st Cavalry, had won distinction and had been wounded in an Indian fight. At the beginning of the war he was just 28 years old. His appearance, which included a reddish beard and a ruddy complexion, indicated a strong physique and great energy. In his work on the outposts, Stuart soon showed that he possessed the qualities of a great leader of cavalry. He never had an equal in such service. He discarded the old maxims, and soon discovered that in the conditions of modern war the chief functions of cavalry are to learn the designs and to watch and report the movements of the enemy. We rested a day in camp, and many of us wrote letters to our homes, describing the hospitable welcome we had met on our long march and our anxiety to meet the foe who was encamped a few miles away. On the following day, to our great delight, Captain Jones was ordered to take us on a scout towards Martinsburg. My first experience was near there, at Snodgrass Spring, where we came upon 2 soldiers who were out foraging. They ran across the field, but we overtook them. I got a canteen from one, the first I'd ever seen, which I found very useful in the first battle I was in. It was a trophy which I prized highly. We got a good view of Patterson's army, a mile or so away, and returned that evening to our bivouac, all in the highest of spirits. Nearly every man in the company wrote a letter to somebody the next day. End of chapter. Chapter 4 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simsville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 4 Johnston's Retreat from Harper's Ferry. The first great military blunder of the war was committed by Johnston in evacuating Harper's Ferry. Both Jackson and General Lee, who was then in Richmond organizing the army and acting as military adviser, were opposed to this. They wanted to hold it, not as a fortress with a garrison, but to break communication with the West, and a salient for an active force to threaten the flank of an invading army. On April 27th, Stonewall Jackson was ordered to the command of Harper's Ferry, which the militia had seized a few days before. Harper's Ferry is situated in a gap in the Blue Ridge through which flow the waters of the Potomac and the Shenandoah. John Brown had seized the place in his rebellion. The fact that he tried to start a slave insurrection in a region where there were few slaves is proof that he was a monomaniac. But Harper's Ferry was a place of great strategic value for the Confederates, as the railroad and canal on the Potomac from Washington, 50 miles below, passed through the gap. It was a salient position. Its possession by the Confederates was a menace to the north, and broke direct communication between the capital and the West. A strategic offensive on the border was the best policy to encourage Southern sentiment in Maryland and defend the Shenandoah Valley from invasion. A Virginian lieutenant, Roger Jones, had been stationed at Harper's Ferry with a small guard to protect the property of the government. He remained there until the force coming to capture the place was in sight, then set fire to the buildings and retreated. His example in holding the position to the last extremity was not followed by the Confederates. When Jackson arrived at the scene of his command, without waiting for instructions, he prepared to hold it by fortifying Maryland Heights. I am of the opinion, he wrote to General Lee, that this place should be defended with the spirit that actuated the defenders of Thermopylae, and if left to myself, such is my determination. General Lee was in accord with Jackson's sentiments. Now Jackson did not mean that Harper's Ferry should be held as a fortress to stand a siege, nor that he would stay there and die like the Spartans in the pass, but that he would hold it until a likelihood of its being surrounded by superior numbers was imminent. There was no prospect of this being the case, for no investing force was near.
The best way to defend the Shenandoah Valley was to hold the line of the Potomac as a menace to Washington. Major Deas, who had been sent to Harper's Ferry as an inspector of the Confederate War Department, thought that the troops showed an invincible spirit of resistance. On May 21st he wrote, "I have not asked Colonel Jackson his opinion on the subject, but my own is that there is force enough here to hold the place against any attack which, under the existing state of affairs, may be contemplated." And on May 23d, the day before McDowell's army at Washington crossed into Virginia, he reported that there were about 8,000 troops at Harper's Ferry and the outposts, including 5 companies of artillery and a naval battery, and that 7,300 were then able to go into battle well armed. The naval batteries, he said, under Lieutenant Fauntleroy, are placed on the northern and southern salients of the village of Harper's Ferry and envelop by their fire the whole of the town of Bolivar and the approaches of the immediate banks of the Potomac and Shenandoah rivers. The cavalry under Lieutenant Colonel Jeb Stuart is in very good condition and quite effective. All the infantry regiments are daily drilled in the school of the soldier and company, and valuable assistance is received in this respect from the young men who have been instructed at the military school at Lexington. Neither Jackson nor Major Deas knew of any immediate danger of Harper's Ferry being invested. On May 24th, in accordance with orders from the Confederate government at Montgomery, General Joseph E. Johnston assumed command at the Ferry, and in a few days Jackson was given a brigade of 5 Virginia regiments. The outposts at the Ferry then extended from Williamsport on the Potomac to Point of Rocks on the river below. Johnston at once submitted a memorandum to Richmond on the conditions at Harper's Ferry, which displayed the caution for which he became distinguished. He seemed to have little confidence in his troops and thought the position could be easily turned from above or below, taking no account of the fact that he might turn the flank of an enemy who was flanking him. Johnston asked instructions from General Lee in relation to the manner in which the troops he commanded should be used. And on May 28th he again wrote in the same tone of despair, "If the commander-in-chief has precise instructions to give, I beg to receive them early. I have prepared means of transportation for a march. Should it be decided that the troops should constitute a garrison, this expense can be recalled." Which shows that he was getting ready for a retreat. With this letter Johnston enclosed a memorandum from a staff officer, Major Whiting, in which the latter spoke of troops that were gathering at Carlisle and Chambersburg, intimating that in the event of the advance of this force it might be necessary to move out to prevent being shut up in a cul-de-sac. But such a thing was too remote and contingent to constitute a danger of investment at that time. No place is absolutely impregnable. Gibraltar has been captured. The answer Johnston should have received to this request for orders was that he did not command a garrison to defend a fortress, but an active force in the field, and that Harper's Ferry might be held as a picket post. The discipline of Johnston's troops ought to have been as good as that of the 3 months' men that Patterson was collecting at Chambersburg, 50 miles away. In addition to the cadets of the Virginia Military Institute, who were drilling his regiments, Johnston had in his army at least 10 officers who had lately resigned from the U.S. Army. Nearly all the field officers of Jackson's brigade had been educated at the Military Institute, and several had been officers in the Mexican War. Their conduct in battle a few weeks afterwards shows how much Johnston had underrated them. The men were volunteers full of enthusiasm for a cause, and rendered cheerful obedience to orders. It was not necessary to drill such material into machines to make them soldiers. Johnston complained of the want of discipline of his army and the danger of being surrounded by a superior force. The force that was coming to surround the Ferry was a spectre. McDowell's and Patterson's armies were 50 miles away and 100 miles apart. At the request of Governor Pierpont, a few regiments had crossed the Ohio, but McClellan's headquarters were still at Cincinnati. Any movement from that direction would naturally be through central Virginia, towards Richmond, in cooperation with McDowell. Johnston continued to show great anxiety about his position, and wrote about it several times to General Lee. But neither Lee nor President Davis could see the danger as he saw it, and on June 7 General Lee, to calm his fears, wrote him: He (the President) does not think it probable that there will be an immediate attack by troops from Ohio. General N. J. Garnett, C.S. Army, with a command of 4,000 men, has been dispatched to Beverly to arrest the progress of troops. Colonel McDonald has also been sent to interrupt the passage of troops over the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. It is hoped by these means you will be relieved from an attack in that direction, and will have merely to meet an attack in front from Pennsylvania. In the meantime, reinforcements were going to Beauregard and Johnston almost daily. Wise and Floyd had been sent into the Kanawha Valley to counteract any movement there, and Garnett, with 4,000 troops, had been sent to northwest Virginia. Patterson's was the only force from which Johnston could expect an attack, and as he would have had to make detachments from it to guard his communications, Patterson could not be much superior in numbers when the collision should come. General Lee, as adviser to the War Department, was really the de facto Secretary of War and directed all operations in the field. He had selected Manassas Junction as a strategic point for the concentration of troops, on account of its being in connection with the valley. On return from Manassas Junction, to relieve Johnston of anxiety about his flank being turned, Lee wrote to him that he had placed Colonel Ewell in advance at Fairfax Court House and Colonel Eppa Hunton at Leeburg on the Potomac, each with a force of infantry and cavalry in reservation, who would inform him of any movement to his rear. But Johnston continued uneasy, and although he was receiving reinforcements, he again wrote that he had heard that Patterson had 10,000 troops at Chambersburg, that some of McClellan's troops had reached Grafton, and he apprehended a junction of all those forces against him. He should at least have waited for the development of such a plan and then, instead of retreating, have taken the offensive to defeat it. Johnston's suggestion meant the abandonment of the valley. Patterson, who was organizing the force at Chambersburg, was a political general, only remembered for having allowed the force he commanded in the Shenandoah Valley to render no service at a critical time. Patterson proposed to capture Harper's Ferry, which, of course, General Scott was very willing to do. But the only support Scott could promise from Washington was to make a demonstration towards Manassas to prevent reinforcements going to the valley, and to send a force of 2,500 on a secondary expedition up the Potomac. As the ferry was of great strategic value as an outpost, Scott warned Patterson of the desperate resistance he might expect from the Confederates. He did not suspect that the Confederates were then packing up to leave. On June 14, the Confederates began the evacuation of Harper's Ferry and retreated 10 or 12 miles to Charlestown. No movement had been made against them from any direction. Several regiments had just arrived, there were about 3,000 militia at Winchester, and a force of the enemy had retreated from Romney. On June 13, after repeated requests for instructions about holding Harper's Ferry, which showed clearly a desire to shift the responsibility for it, the War Department wrote him the conditions on which the place should be evacuated. You have been heretofore instructed to use your own discretion as to retiring from your position at Harper's Ferry and taking the field to check the advance of the enemy. As you seem to desire, however, that the responsibility of your retirement should be assumed here, and as no reluctance is felt to bear any burden which the public interest may require, you can consider yourself authorized, whenever the position of the enemy shall convince you that he is about to turn your position, and thus deprive the country of the services of yourself and the troops under your command, to destroy everything at Harper's Ferry. Johnston seems to have met this letter at Charlestown while it was on the way, and did not wait for it at the ferry. Johnston's report says he met a courier from Richmond with a dispatch authorizing him to evacuate Harper's Ferry at his discretion. The dispatch he received had no such instructions. The conditions on which he was authorized to abandon the place had not arisen. No enemy was threatening to turn his position. On June 15, Patterson crossed the Maryland line. His leading brigade was commanded by Colonel George H. Thomas, a Virginian, who was an officer in the 2nd Cavalry under Lee. It had been expected that he would go with the people of his native State. On the 16th his brigade waded the Potomac. When Patterson heard that Harper's Ferry had been abandoned, he was incredulous and thought it was a ruse, giving Joe Johnston a credit he himself never claimed. The evacuation of Harper's Ferry before it was compelled by the presence of an enemy was not approved at Richmond, nor was it done to set in concert with any other force, as was then supposed. The victory at Bull Run a few weeks afterwards confirmed the impression that the movement had been made in coöperation with Beauregard. The latter knew nothing of such a purpose until he heard that the Confederates had lost their advantage, and that the enemy held the key to the Shenandoah Valley. In plain words, it was a retreat. The evacuation of the post before there was any pressure to compel it made Johnston the innocent cause of a comedy at Washington. General Scott could not comprehend what could be the motive for it, except on the theory of its being a feigned retreat to capture Washington by a stratagem. No other reason could be conceived why the Confederates should surrender, without making a defense, the advantage of Harper's Ferry as a base. After a part of his force had crossed the Potomac, to his surprise, Patterson received a telegram from General Scott on June 16 ordering him to send at once to Washington all the regular troops, horse and foot, and Burnside's Rhode Island regiment. And on the 17th of June, Scott repeated the order and said, "We are pressed here. Send the troops I have twice called for without delay." Where the pressure could come from was a mystery to Patterson, as he knew that Johnston was still in the Shenandoah Valley, but the order was imperative and he obeyed. "The troops were sent," he said, "leaving me without a single piece of artillery, and for the time with but one troop of cavalry, which had not been in service over a month." So the hostile armies retreated in opposite directions. Patterson recrossed the Potomac, and Johnston, unconscious of the alarm which his retreat had given in Washington, went on to Winchester. There was another amusing episode on June 16 as a result of the Harper's Ferry operations. In anticipation of the demonstration he was to make in favor of Patterson's predicted attack on Harper's Ferry, McDowell had sent General Schenck on the Loudon Railroad as an advance guard. When turning a curve near Vienna, a fire was opened on the train by what Schenck called a masked battery. The engine was in the rear, and as the engineer could not draw the train out of the range of fire, he detached the engine and disappeared under a full head of steam. So Schenck and his men had to walk back. Under a flag of truce, he asked permission to bury the dead and take care of the wounded. Schenck afterwards gained notoriety as U.S. Minister at London and was recalled. The only distinction he won in the war was as the inventor of the term masked battery. The battery that did so much damage was commanded by my schoolmate, Del Kemper. The whole country was greatly surprised by the news of the evacuation of Harper's Ferry. If Johnston had waited a day longer for the answer to his request for instructions, his retreat would have been a disobedience of orders. The conditions did not exist, in the opinion of the War Department, which would justify the evacuation. Johnston sent a reply in which he disclaimed a desire to shift responsibility, which was clearly inconsistent with his request for instructions. Harper's Ferry should have been held until danger was imminent. It must have been a position of strategic value as well as of tactical strength, since it was held by 11,000 men against the Confederates and used as a base in the Gettysburg campaign and also when Early invaded Maryland. When the ferry was evacuated, McDowell's army was 50 miles below, defending Washington, and Beauregard in his front fully occupied his attention. Patterson was at Hagerstown, had not crossed the Potomac, and had given no sign of doing so.
End of chapter. Chapter 5 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 5 Recollections of the Battle of Manassas. Footnote: This, the first battle of the war, was known in the North as the Battle of Bull Run, and in the South as the Battle of Manassas. End of footnote. The 1st Virginia Cavalry remained in the Shenandoah Valley until the 18th of July when, by forced marches, it was sent to join the army and take its part in the Battle of Manassas. When we left the valley, Stuart sent Captain Patrick's company to watch Partisan, whose army was in camp at Charlestown, and to screen the transfer of the army to the east of the Blue Ridge. It was well known that in a few days the most of Patterson's regiments would be mustered out of service and would go home. It was evident that his prime object had been not to divert Johnston's army, but to avoid a collision. Patterson no doubt thought that he had effected his purpose and was content to rest where he was. Stuart's regiment arrived at the scene of the approaching battle on the evening of July 20 and went into bivouac near Ball's Ford. The armies were so close together that there was a great deal of picket firing, and I remember very well the foreboding I felt when I lay down under a pine tree to rest beside Fount Beatty. When the bugle sounded on the morning of the 21st, in counting off, I was number 1 in the first set of 4s, and rode at the head of the squadron that day. Nothing afterwards occurred in my military career that gives me more satisfaction to remember. A few days before, 6 Colt pistols had been sent to our company, and Captain Jones had selected the men who were to have them. I was one of the 6. I don't know why. But to reconcile those who got no pistols, Jones told them that the 6 should be selected for the most dangerous work. Shortly after breakfast on the morning of the battle, Stuart sent Jones to make a reconnaissance over Bull Run. When we reached the woods where he thought the enemy might be, Jones called for the 6 men. We all responded, and rode off into the woods to reconnoiter, but we didn't find an enemy. So the company recrossed the run. Our regiment was divided during the battle, and the squadron to which I belonged was placed under a Major Swan, a Marylander. Late in the day, when the enemy was in retreat, Swan halted us in a field within 50 yards of Kemper's guns, which were firing on the retreating troops. That was the very time for us to have been on the enemy's flank. I was near Captain Jones. He rose in his stirrups and said indignantly, "Major Swan, you can't be too bold in pursuing a flying enemy." But he made no impression on Swan. After dark, Swan marched us back over Bull Run, and I slept in a drenching rain in a fence corner. Swan did not get a man or a horse scratched. He did a life insurance business that day. Instead of Swan supporting the battery supported Swan. Afterwards, my last official act as adjutant of the company was to carry an order from Jones, who had become colonel, for Swan's arrest. We lay all the next day near the battlefield, and I rode over it, carrying a dispatch to Stuart at Sudley. But the first thing I did in the morning was to make a temporary shelter from the rain in a fence corner and write a letter to my wife. Monday, July 22nd, Battlefield of Manassas. My dearest Pauline, there was a great battle yesterday. The Yankees are overwhelmingly routed. Thousands of them killed. I was in the fight. We at one time stood for 2 hours under a perfect storm of shot and shell. It was a miracle that none of our company was killed. We took all their cannon from them. Among the batteries captured was Sherman's. Battle lasted about 7 hours. About 90,000 Yankees, 45,000 of our men. The cavalry pursued them till dark, followed 6 or 7 miles. General Scott commanded them. I just snatched this moment to write, am outdoors in a rain, and will write you all particulars when I get a chance. We start just as soon as we can get our breakfast, to follow them to Alexandria.
We made a forced march to get here to the battle, traveled about 65 miles without stopping. My love to all of you. In haste, yours devotedly. Early on Tuesday morning, July 23, Stuart's regiment and Ely's brigade moved to Fairfax Court House and camped near there on opposite sides of the Alexandria Pike. Stuart's dispatch to General Johnston, who was still at Manassas, says we got there at 9:30 a.m. The country looked very much like Egypt after a flood of the Nile. It was strewn with the debris of McDowell's army. I again wrote to my wife and used paper and an envelope which the Zouaves had left behind. On it was a picture of a Zouave charging with a fixed bayonet and an inscription, "Up, guards, and at them," which is said to have been Wellington's order at Waterloo. The Zouaves were then charging on New York. Fairfax Court House, July 24, 1861. My dearest Pauline, I telegraphed and wrote you from Manassas early the next morning after the battle. We made a forced march from Winchester to get to Manassas in time for the fight, traveled 2 whole days and 1 night without stopping, in the rain, and getting only 1 meal. We arrived the morning before the fight. It lasted about 10 hours and was terrific. When we were first brought upon the field, we were posted as a reserve just in rear of our artillery and directly within range of the hottest fire of the enemy. For 2 hours we sat there on our horses, exposed to a perfect storm of grapeshot, balls, bombs, etc. They burst over our heads, passed under our horses, yet nobody was hurt. I rode my horse nearly to death on the battlefield, going backward and forward, watching the enemy's movements to prevent their flanking our command. When I first got on the ground my heart sickened. We met Hampton's South Carolina Legion retreating. I thought the day was lost, and with it the Southern cause. We begged them, for the honor of their state, to return. But just then a shout goes up along our lines. Beauregard arrives and assures us that the day will be ours. This reanimated the troops to redouble their efforts. Our regiment had been divided in the morning. Half was taken to charge the enemy early in the action, and the remaining part, ours and Amelia Company, were held as a reserve to cover the retreat of our forces if unsuccessful, and to take advantage of any favorable moment. When, late in the evening, the Yankees gave way, they seemed overwhelmed with confusion and despair. They abandoned everything arms, wagons, horses, ammunition, clothing, all sorts of munitions of war. They fled like a flock of panic-stricken sheep. We took enough arms, accoutrements, etc., to equip the whole army. They were splendidly equipped, had every imaginable comfort and convenience which Yankee ingenuity could devise. The fight would not have been half so long had it been an open field one, but the Yankees were protected by a thick pine woods, so that it was almost impossible to get at them with the cavalry. They never once stood to a clash of the bayonet, always broke and ran. In the evening, when they gave way, the order was given to charge them. We were then in the distant part of the field. In a moment we were in full pursuit, and as we swept on by the lines of our infantry at full speed, the shouts of our victorious soldiers rent the air. We pursued them for 6 or 8 miles, until darkness covered their retreat. The whole road was blocked up with what they abandoned in their flight. All our regiment, in fact nearly all the soldiers, now have splendid military overcoats which they took. I have provided myself very well. We took every piece of their artillery from them. 62 pieces, among them one of the finest batteries in the world. Their total loss cannot be less than 5,000. Our company is now equipped with Yankee tents. I'm riding under one. We are also eating Yankee provisions, as they left enough to feed the army a long time. All of the Northern Congress came out as spectators of the fight. A senator was killed by a cannonball, Foster. All of our troops fought well, but the Virginia troops bore the brunt of the battle, especially Jackson's brigade. A Washington paper says they were scarce of ammunition. A lie, for we took enough from them to whip them over again. Our captain, who you know is an old army officer,
complimented our company very much for their coolness and bravery in standing fire, said that we stood like old veterans. We were placed in the most trying position in which troops can be placed, to be exposed to a fire which you cannot return. There was scarcely a minute during the battle that I did not think of you and my sweet babes. I had a picture of May, his daughter, which I took out once and looked at. For a moment the remembrance of her prattling innocence almost unfitted me for the stern duties of a soldier. But a truce to such thoughts. We are now marching on to bombard Washington City. Fairfax Court House, July 27, 1861. Dearest Pauline, we are here awaiting for the whole army to come up. Several of our men got scared into fits at the battle. A doctor put a blister on his heart as an excuse not to go into battle. One named was so much frightened when the shells commenced bursting around us that he fell off his horse. Commenced praying. The surgeon ran up, thought he was shot, examined him, told him he was only scared to death. He got up and left the field in double-quick time. I could tell you of a good many such ludicrous incidents. End of chapter. Chapter 6 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 6 The Strategy of the Battle of Manassas. On May 24, 1861, the day after Virginia ratified the secession ordinance, McDowell's army crossed the Potomac on 3 bridges. McDowell made his headquarters at Arlington, General Lee's home, and it should be recorded to his credit that he showed the highest respect for persons and property. One regiment of the New York Zouaves, commanded by Colonel Ellsworth, went on a steamer to Alexandria and landed under the guns of the Pawnee. A Confederate flag was flying from the top of a house which was owned by a citizen named Jackson. Ellsworth went up and pulled down the flag. As he descended the stairs, Jackson shot him and was himself shot by a Union soldier. On June 26, McDowell's total strength present for duty was 153,682 men and 12 guns. Patterson's was 14,344 men. Of McDowell's 20 regiments, 17 were 3 months' men. With the exception of 1 infantry regiment, 4 companies of cavalry, and 3 artillery companies, Patterson's force was composed of 3 months' men. Johnston's force at the same time was 10,654 men and 5 or 6 batteries. General Lee had selected Manassas Junction as the point for the concentration of the Confederate troops on account of its being in connection with the valley. Beauregard was in command here, while Jackson and Johnston with their forces were across the Blue Ridge in the Shenandoah Valley. On June 15, Johnston retired towards Winchester because, as he said, Patterson's army had reached the Potomac 20 miles above, and he wanted to be in a position to repel an invasion of the valley or quickly to reinforce Beauregard at Manassas. Johnston thought, so he said, that Patterson was making a combined movement with McDowell, who was expected to move from Washington on Richmond. If so, Johnston at Harper's Ferry had the interior line and the choice of reinforcing Beauregard or striking Patterson. As Patterson hesitated, it showed that he was afraid to cross the Potomac with Johnston on his flank. Johnston's movement to Winchester, which, as I have said, was really a retreat, about doubled the distance between him and Beauregard. If he had really wanted to join Beauregard, his quickest way to do it would have been to march directly from Harper's Ferry to Bull Run. The distance would have been shorter than his march from Winchester to the railroad station on his way to Manassas. There he left nearly half of his army for want of transportation.
It is remarkable, however, that Jackson's biographers, Dabney, Cook, and Henderson, regarded the retreat to Winchester as only a strategic move. Jackson did not think so. Jackson's brigade and Stuart's regiment of cavalry were sent to observe Patterson on the upper Potomac. Patterson had no cavalry for outpost duty, while Johnston had the regiments of Stuart and Ashby. Jackson's orders were to feel out the enemy, but to avoid an engagement. On July 2 Patterson crossed the Potomac, and Jackson showed sufficient resistance to compel him to display his force and retired as his orders required. He was sure that Patterson had no aggressive purpose but was only making a feint to create a diversion and retain Johnston in the valley, when McDowell moved against Beauregard at Manassas. Jackson thought that a blow at Patterson would have been the best way to cooperate with Beauregard. As Jackson had strict ideas of military discipline, he would not criticize his superiors, and although the order to fall back was a disappointment, he did not, like Achilles, sulk in his tent. But a letter he wrote at the time to his wife, read between the lines, shows the chagrin he felt. Colonel Henderson, in his Life of Jackson, said, "The Federal army crawled on to Martinsburg. Halting 7 miles southwest, Jackson was reinforced by Johnston's whole command, and here for 4 days the Confederates drawn up in line of battle awaited attack. But the Federals stood fast in Martinsburg, and on the 4th day Johnston withdrew to Winchester. The Virginia soldiers were bitterly dissatisfied. At first even Jackson chafed. He was eager for action. His experience at Falling Waters had given him no exalted notion of the enemy's prowess, and he was ready to engage them single-handed. I want my brigade," he said, "to feel that it can itself whip Patterson's whole army, and I believe that we can do it." The truth is that the numerical difference in the strength of the two armies was inconsiderable, but Johnston's had a great advantage in morale and a superior force of cavalry. On July 15, in obedience to General Scott's orders, Patterson moved up the valley, threw some shells at Stuart's regiment, and then turned squarely around and retreated towards Harper's Ferry. The movement was so timid that it was more a farce than a feint. Patterson was not seeking a fight. His movement was only a blind. If the Confederates had then taken the offensive, there would have been a foot race towards the Potomac, and McDowell would not have moved against the troops at Manassas. The most effective way to aid Beauregard was to strike Patterson. The next year Jackson did what should have been done in 1861. He turned on Banks and swept him out of the Shenandoah Valley, creating such alarm in Washington that McDowell, who was moving from Fredericksburg to join McClellan at Richmond, was recalled to save the capital. The following dispatch to McClellan from Mr. Lincoln shows what Jackson did in 1862 and what he would have done in 1861 if he had been in command. May 24, 1862. In consequence of General Banks's critical position, I have been compelled to suspend General McDowell's movements to join you. The enemy are making a desperate push on Harper's Ferry, and we are trying to throw General Fremont's force and a part of McDowell's in their rear. The next that was heard of Jackson, he had defeated Fremont and Shields in the valley and then turned off on McClellan's flank at Cold Harbor. In July 1861, the larger part of the troops at Manassas should have gone to Johnston instead of his reinforcing Beauregard. That is, if Johnston was willing to take the offensive and cross the Potomac. That was the best way to defend Richmond. On July 17, McDowell began his movement towards the Confederate capital. Mr. Davis telegraphed to Johnston at Winchester to join Beauregard if practicable. He said, "General Beauregard is attacked. To strike the enemy a decisive blow, a junction of all your effective force will be needed. If practicable, make the movement, sending your sick and baggage to Culpeper Court House, either by railroad or by Warrenton. In all arrangements exercise your discretion." President Davis endorsed on Johnston's report of the battle that his order, or rather request to Johnston to join Beauregard, gave him discretion because Johnston's letters of July 12 and 13 made it doubtful whether General Johnston had the power to effect the movement. In the letters, Johnston said that he had to "defeat Patterson or elude him." It would have been impossible for him to defeat Patterson as the latter was running, as Patterson was trying to elude Johnston. The latter had no trouble in eluding Patterson. On July 13, General Johnston telegraphed to President Davis, "Unless he (Patterson) prevents it, we shall move toward Beauregard today." Up to that time, Johnston does not seem to have contemplated, nor was there any plan for, any concerted action between Johnston and Beauregard. The march to Manassas did not begin until noon of the 18th. Jackson's brigade was in the advance. It waded the Shenandoah, climbed the Blue Ridge, and arrived at Manassas by rail on the next day. When the troops left Winchester, they could not have been expected to join Beauregard at Manassas before a battle, because McDowell's delay of 3 days at Centreville could not have been anticipated. On the 17th, General Scott telegraphed Patterson that McDowell would take Manassas the next day, which probably would have been done if Scott's program to cross the Occoquan and turn the Confederate right had been carried out. But McDowell changed the plan, waited to make a reconnaissance on the Confederate left, and decided to cross Bull Run at Sudley. Beauregard was not expecting aid from Johnston, for in a telegram to the War Department he said, "I believe this proposed movement of General Johnston is too late. Enemy will attack me in force tomorrow morning." When Johnston left the Valley, Patterson was in camp at Charlestown. As late as the 19th, Patterson insisted that Johnston was at Winchester receiving reinforcements, but on the 20th he acknowledged that Johnston had gone. It was then too late for him to give assistance to McDowell in the battle the next day. When Patterson was reproached for what he had not done, he consoled Scott by telling him that if he had attacked Joe Johnston, he, Scott, would have had to mourn the loss of 2 battles instead of 1. Johnston arrived at Beauregard's headquarters at Manassas at noon on July 20, but nearly half of his army was left behind him. Beauregard's army was posted on Bull Run at 5 or 6 fords, stretching from Stone Bridge to Union Mills, a distance of 8 miles. Bull Run is a creek running through a largely wooded country and is passable anywhere but for its steep banks. Johnston's troops were posted behind Beauregard's at the fords, and Jackson was placed in the rear of Bonham. McDowell's headquarters were in plain view 6 miles distant at Centreville, and also in view of the signal station Captain Alexander had established on the Manassas plain. Beauregard proposed an offensive plan which Johnston approved, but no attempt was made to execute it. The battle was defensive on the Confederate side. Early on the morning of the 21st, the signal officers discovered McDowell's column marching toward Sudley to turn our left at Stone Bridge. They reported the movement to General Evans, who commanded there, and to headquarters. Johnston's brigades were in the rear of the fords as reserves, ready to be moved to any point on the line. As Bull Run presented no defensive advantages, it is hard to discover why that line was selected. No matter whether Beauregard intended to act on the offensive or defensive, his army should have been concentrated at 1 or 2 fords, instead of being distributed at several. Long afterwards Beauregard claimed that Johnston accepted his plan of battle, waived his rank, and consented to act as his chief of staff. As there was no emergency that required such an abdication of authority, and as there was ample time for Johnston to learn the conditions and get all the topographical knowledge necessary, it would have been shirking responsibility for him to have done so. His objective, McDowell's army, was in sight. He was near Bull Run, and he could easily learn from maps where the fords were and the roads that led to them. Beauregard and his staff officers could have easily told him how the troops were disposed. With such explanation Johnston might, in an hour or so, have taken in the whole situation. Very few commanders were ever on the ground more than a few hours before a battle, It is not their business to act as guides. The country furnishes plenty of them. Of course generals must utilize other men's knowledge. But the inconsistency is that Beauregard claims the credit as commander-in-chief for winning the victory, but makes Johnston responsible for the failure to reap the fruit of it. He contradicts his own report, written a few days after the battle, which says that the army, after the hard day's fighting, was in no condition to pursue. He did not seem to know that he had 15,000 fresh men on the field and that the remainder of Johnston's men arrived next morning. In his military memoirs, General Alexander, who was chief signal officer and also in the evening carried orders on the field, said, "Not far off, Stonewall Jackson, who had been shot through the hand but had disregarded it until victory was assured, was now having his hand dressed by Dr. Hunter McGuire. Jackson did not catch the President's (Davis) words, and Dr. McGuire repeated them to him. Jackson quickly shouted, 'We have whipped them. They ran like sheep. Give me 5,000 men and I will be in Washington City tomorrow morning.'" Dr. Edward Campbell, a surgeon in Jackson's brigade, told me soon after the war that he heard Jackson make that speech. But Johnston's endorsement on Beauregard's order of battle shows that so far from waiving he asserted his rank as commander. Here it is: 4:30 A.M., July 21st. The plan of battle given by General Beauregard in the above order is approved and will be executed accordingly. Signed, J.E. Johnston, General, C.S. Army. As Beauregard submitted his program to Johnston's approval, he recognized Johnston as his superior officer. Orders are not submitted to the approval of subordinates. As a worse plan of operations could hardly have been devised, Johnston might have given Beauregard credit for it if he had adopted it. As there was no attempt to execute it, however, it is immaterial who was the author. The battle was fought on McDowell's plan. What was most remarkable was that instead of directing its immediate execution by an advance of his columns on Centreville, it instructed brigade commanders to hold themselves in readiness to advance, but to await orders. None but D. R. Jones received such an order to cross the Run that morning, and his was soon revoked. As the enemy was in their front, old soldiers like Jackson, Longstreet, and Ewell ought to have been presumed to be ready for combat without instructions. If the Confederates were to assume the offensive to turn McDowell, their movement should have been begun, as McDowell's was, before daybreak, and as they would have had to move through a wooded country, their column should have been as much as possible in sight of and in supporting distance of each other. But what is stranger still is that Beauregard's order of battle, though it contemplated the offensive, is dated at 4:30 A.M., July 21, long after McDowell's army was in motion. McDowell issued his order of battle on the 20th. McDowell saw the danger of keeping the wings of his army so far apart and said, "I had felt anxious about the road from Manassas by Blackburn's Ford to Centreville along this ridge, fearing that while we should be enforced to the front and endeavoring to turn the enemy's position, we ourselves should be turned by him by this road. For if he should once obtain possession of this ridge, which overlooks all the country to the west, to the foot of the spurs to the Blue Ridge, we should have been irretrievably cut off and destroyed. I had, therefore, directed this point to be held in force, and sent an engineer to extemporize some field works to strengthen the position. The divisions were ordered to march at 2:30 o'clock A.M., so as to arrive on the ground early in the day and thus avoid the heat which was to be expected at this season." If the Confederates had moved in two columns from the lower fords, while Evans and Cocke attracted the attention of the enemy above, they would have reached Centreville before McDowell reached Sudley, and they would have been between McDowell and Washington. In that event McDowell said his army would have been destroyed. McDowell saw more clearly than the Confederate generals what they ought to do, but he trusted to their not doing it. Beauregard's first plan for a simultaneous advance from all the Bull Run fords to Centreville was impracticable in the wooded country, and it was well that no attempt was made to execute it. His line of battle would have been several miles long. Beauregard commanded that day under Johnston, as Meade commanded the Army of the Potomac under Grant. Beauregard's report said, General Johnston arrived here about noon of the 20th of July, and being my senior in rank, he necessarily assumed command of the forces of the Confederate States then concentrating at this point. Made acquainted with my plan of operations and dispositions to meet the enemy, he gave them his entire approval and generously directed their execution under my command. Beauregard must have forgotten, when he wrote afterwards and claimed that he was commander-in-chief at Bull Run, that he had ever written that Johnston was. Beauregard said that, being informed at 5:30 a.m. that a strong force was deployed in front of Stone Bridge, he ordered Evans and Cocke to maintain their positions to the last extremity, and that he thought the most effective method of relieving his left was by making a determined attack by his right. No doubt that was so. He knew, long before McDowell reached Sudley, that Ewell, Holmes, Jones, and Early had not advanced on Centreville, and there was then abundance of time for them to have reached Centreville before McDowell reached Sudley. But he said that the news from the left afterwards changed his plan. As it was clear that McDowell was making only a feeble demonstration in our front and none on our right, he must have known early in the morning that the main portion of his army was moving against our left. He could not have expected McDowell to stand still, nor does he give a satisfactory reason for a change of plan, but the reverse. McDowell was doing what he ought to have wanted him to do. At 7:10 a.m., D.R. Jones, whose brigade was at McLean's Ford, near headquarters, said he received the following order: Brigadier General D.R. Jones, General. General Ewell has been ordered to take the offensive upon Centreville. You will follow the movement at once by attacking him in your front. July 21, 1861. Signed, G.T. Beauregard, Brigadier. Ewell was at the next ford below, with Holmes's brigade in support. It was not pretended that any such orders were sent to the brigades at the fords above. Longstreet, who was at Blackburn's Ford, with Early in support, said that in obedience to orders of the 20th to assume the offensive, he crossed Bull Run early on the morning of the 21st. But as he immediately came in contact with the enemy and ordered his men to lie down under cover from the artillery fire, he does not seem to have been ordered to move on Centreville, and does not refer to any such order. He must have been waiting for further orders. It is clear that Bonham received no orders to cross the Run, as he did not attempt it, although the enemy opened fire on him early in the morning. He said that even before daylight one of his aides, General McGowan, brought intelligence that the enemy was moving on his left, and that he arose and with a field glass discovered the enemy moving on the pike to Stone Bridge. He said that he immediately communicated the news to headquarters and directed his command to prepare for action, as he supposed, "an assault would be made early along our whole line." But no such assault was ordered. Early, who was near McLean's farm in support of Longstreet, did not mention receiving any order to move on Centreville. Neither did Jackson, who was supporting Bonham at Mitchell's Ford. He simply got an order to place himself in position where he could reinforce either Cocke or Bonham. In the meantime, Jackson ascertained that B, who had been sent with his own and Bartow's brigades to reinforce Evans, was hard pressed. He seems to have moved, in the exercise of his own discretion, where the sound of the cannon indicated that the real conflict was. When he reached the plateau where the Henry House stood, he met the shattered brigades of B and Bartow retreating. Jackson formed his brigade on the crest of the ridge, which will forever be associated with his name. General Alexander described the scene as follows. A fresh brigade was drawn up in line on the elevated ground known as Henry House Hill, and its commander, till then unknown, was henceforth to be called Stonewall. Bee rode up to him and said, "General, they are driving us." "Then, sir," said Jackson, "we must give them the bayonet." Bee galloped among his retreating men and called out to them, "See Jackson standing like a stone wall. Rally behind the Virginians." It was at this moment, when Jackson's and Hampton's were the only organized troops opposing the Federal advance, and Bee and Bartow were attempting to rally their broken forces, that Johnston and Beauregard reached the field. This was the crisis of the battle, as Jackson's heroic bearing electrified the troops and saved the day. Jackson selected this place as a battleground, and the great struggle was for the possession of the plateau. This was crescent-shaped, the ridge forming a cover which protected his men from artillery fire. Jones said that after getting the order from Beauregard to cross the Run and follow Ewell, he sent a message to Ewell, but crossed and took a position on the road from Union Mills to Centreville and waited for Ewell. In the meantime he received the following order directing him to return: 10:30 A.M. General Jones. On account of the difficulties in our front, it is thought preferable to countermand the advance of the right wing. Resume your position. Beauregard said that as early as 5:30 A.M. the enemy opened fire on Evans at Stone Bridge, and that by 8:30 A.M. he discovered that it was a mask to cover a movement around his flank, and Evans promptly moved to meet it. So it was then clear that the enemy would be on the left. Instead of a change of plans and a retrograde movement, when this was discovered, it was the opportune moment to order our right to advance. Only 4 companies were left to hold Stone Bridge against Tyler's division. They held it all day. The sound of the battle now informed our generals where the main effort of the enemy would be made. The difficulties in his front, of which Beauregard spoke in his note to Jones as the cause for revoking the order to advance, instead of deterring, should have encouraged him to take the offensive. It was now clear that there was only a small force between him and the enemy's rear at Centreville. Hunter's and Heintzelman's divisions reached Sudley Ford, at least 8 miles away, about 9:30 A.M. They halted for rest and for the men to fill their canteens from the stream. The main body of the Confederate army was then about half the distance from Centreville that Sudley is. The 3 brigades of Miles that were in reserve on the road to Blackburn's and McLean's fords could easily have been brushed aside before any reinforcements could have reached them. Then one of his brigade commanders, Richardson, reported that Colonel Stevens, who commanded a regiment there, said, "We have no confidence in Colonel Miles, because Colonel Miles is drunk," all of which was in our favor. It was much better for the Confederates if Ewell's and Jones's forward movements were delayed until 9 o'clock by a miscarriage of orders, for by that time McDowell had progressed too far to turn back when he heard of it. When at Austerlitz, Napoleon saw the Allies marching towards his rear, he told his marshals to be quiet, not to interrupt them. After their movement had developed sufficiently, he struck such a blow as Johnston and Beauregard might have repeated at Centreville. McDowell dreaded such a counterstroke, and in the morning on the road to Sudley he halted Howard and kept his brigade in reserve near the pike until noon to meet such a contingency. On the field McDowell saw what he might do, and reports from the signal stations and heavy firing told Johnston and Beauregard what they could do, that the enemy had exposed his rear. But, in my judgment, said Beauregard, it was now 10:30 A.M., too late for the contemplated movement. Napoleon would have thought it was the hour for it to begin. It is a mystery why the Confederate generals abandoned their plan, if they ever had such a plan. Alexander said, about 8 A.M. Johnston and Beauregard, accompanied by their staffs and couriers, rode to the vicinity of Mitchell's Ford, where they left their party under cover and took position on an open hill some 200 yards to the left of the road. Richardson was in their front, making a feint by shelling the woods. If he had intended a real attack, he would not have halted. The resistance made by Evans's small force on the Sudley road showed that, with reinforcement of Cocke's brigade at the ford below, McDowell's turning column could have been held in check until ours took Centreville. The fact is that the roaring guns and the despairing cry for help from Centreville would have stampeded McDowell. General Johnston said the news from our left made their plan impracticable. I think it showed not only that it was practicable, but a dead sure thing if they had attempted to execute it. McDowell thought so too. I am not judging the Confederate generals by the lights that are now before me, but by what their reports say was before them then. Again quoting Alexander. As he rode out in the morning, Beauregard directed me to go with a courier to the Wycoxen signal station and remain in general observation of the field, sending messages of all I could discover. I went reluctantly, as the opportunity seemed very slight of rendering any service. There were but 2 signal stations on our line of battle, one in rear of McLean's Ford and one near Van Pelt's house, on a bluff a few hundred yards to the left and rear of Stone Bridge. Beyond the latter, the broad, level valley of Bull Run for some miles with its fields and pastures, as seen through the glass, was foreshortened into a narrow band of green. While watching the flag of this station with a good glass, when I had been there about half an hour, the sun being in the east behind me, my eye was caught by a glitter in this narrow band of green. I recognized it at once as the reflection of the morning sun from a brass field piece. Closer scrutiny soon revealed the glittering of bayonets and masked barrels. It was about 8:45 a.m., and I had discovered McDowell's turning column, the head of which at this hour was just arriving at Sudley, 8 miles away. I appreciated how much it might mean, and thought it best to give Evans immediate notice, even before sending word to Beauregard. So I signaled Evans quickly, "Look out for your left, you are turned." Evans afterwards told me that a picket, which he had at Sudley, being driven in by the enemy's advance guard, had sent a courier, and the 2 couriers, one with my signal message and one with the report of the picket, reached him together. The simultaneous reports from different sources impressed him, and he acted at once with sound judgment. He left 4 companies of his command to watch the bridge and the enemy in his front, Tyler and his 3 brigades. With the remainder of his force, 6 companies of the 4th South Carolina and Wheat's Louisiana Battalion, he marched to oppose and delay the turning column, at the same time notifying Cocke, next on his right, of his movement. Having sent Evans notice of his danger, I next wrote to Beauregard as follows: I see a body of troops crossing Bull Run about 2 miles above the Stone Bridge. The head of the column is in the woods on this side. The rear of the column is in the woods on the other side. About half a mile of its length is visible in the open ground between. I can see both infantry and artillery. This message reached Beauregard in a few minutes. Johnston's report said: About 8 o'clock General Beauregard and I placed ourselves on a commanding hill in rear of General Bonham's left, Mitchell's Ford. Near 9 o'clock, the signal officer, Captain Alexander, reported that a large body of troops was crossing the valley of Bull Run some 2 miles above the bridge. General B., who had been placed near Colonel Cocke's position, Colonel Hampton with his legion, and Colonel Jackson from a point near General Bonham's left were ordered to hasten to the left flank. Alexander continued his account. For a long time there was little change, and the battle seemed to stand still. When Evans and B were broken by Sherman's attack on the flank, their retreat was specially pressed by the Federal artillery. On reaching the Warrenton pike they were met by the Hampton Legion, and Hampton made an earnest effort to rally the retreating force upon his command. The ground, however, was unfavorable, and though Hampton made a stubborn fight, losing 121 out of 600 men, and delaying the advance near 2 hours before leaving the pike, Our whole line then fell back under the enemy's fire. Jackson now came to the rescue. He had 2,611 men, and with the remnants of Hampton's 600, they were the only organized troops opposing the enemy's advance. Bee, Bartow, and Evans were engaged in rallying their troops as Johnston and Beauregard appeared. Johnston took up his headquarters a short distance in the rear to direct reinforcements, while the immediate conduct of the battle was left to Beauregard. His task was to hold the line until fresh troops could be brought upon the scene. McDowell's last chance was to crush Beauregard's line at once before any reinforcements arrived. Some of his brigades were absent. Burnside's had drawn off for rest and ammunition, and his partial attacks only consumed time. About 3 o'clock, Kirby Smith's brigade arrived, and it was closely followed by Early's brigade and Beckham's battery. Kirby Smith was severely wounded just as he was extending his line on our left, and Elzey took command. Kirby Smith was the first man I ever saw carried from the field on a stretcher. About 4 o'clock, Beauregard advanced his whole line, and the 18th Virginia under Colonel Withers, the 8th Virginia under Colonel Hunton, and the Hampton Legion, with Jackson's brigade, swept the field and turned the enemy's guns on them. Early, with Beckham's battery and Stuart's cavalry, crossed the Warrenton Pike and opened on the flank and rear of a new line which McDowell had formed. This force had no artillery to reply to ours, and it soon broke. McDowell said, "The retreat soon became a rout, and this soon degenerated into a panic." Heintzelman said, "Such a rout I never witnessed before." Stuart's cavalry had charged and routed the Ellsworth Zouaves on the Sudley road as they were coming to the support of the Federal batteries. Heintzelman led the Zouaves. His account of this was as follows: "In the meantime I sent orders for the Zouaves to move forward to support Ricketts' battery on its right. As soon as they came up I led them forward against an Alabama regiment, partly concealed in a clump of small pines in an old field. At the first fire they broke, and the greater portion fled to the rear, keeping up a desultory fire over the heads of their comrades in front. At the same time they were charged by a company of secession cavalry on their rear, who had come by a road through 2 strips of woods on our extreme right." Stuart's charge was not on the rear of the Zouaves, but on their front, when they were advancing to the support of the batteries. Heintzelman said the regiment dispersed and did not appear on the field again. The greater portion kept on to New York. Porter said, "The evanescent courage of the Zouaves prompted them to fire perhaps 100 shots, when they broke and fled, leaving the batteries open to a charge of the enemy's cavalry, which took place immediately. Soon the slopes behind us were swarming with our retreating and disorganized forces, whilst riderless horses and artillery teams ran furiously through the flying crowd." As McDowell, with the larger part of his army, had moved in a circle by Sudley, and as they retreated by the same route, if our troops on the field had moved on the straight line on the pike leading over Stone Bridge to Centreville, they would have cut off their retreat. This is what Jackson wanted to do. After the battle had shifted, Alexander joined Beauregard. He said that Jackson alone of the Confederate leaders on the field gave any evidence of his appreciation of the victory. After the war, Dr. Edward Campbell, a surgeon of Jackson's brigade, told me that Jackson said to him, "I wonder if General Johnston and General Beauregard know how badly they, the enemy, are whipped. If they will let me, I will march my brigade into Washington tonight." Alexander said he heard Jackson tell President Davis the same thing. His account concludes, "Jackson's offer to take Washington City the next morning with 5,000 men had been made to the President as he arrived upon the field, probably about 5 o'clock. It was not sunset until 7:15, and there was nearly a full moon. But the President himself and both generals spent these precious hours in riding over the field where the conflict had taken place. Johnston and Beauregard both sent orders to different commands to make such advances, but neither went in person to supervise or urge forward the execution of the order, though time was of the essence. Kershaw with 2 South Carolina regiments, Kemper with 2 guns, and some cavalry were all the troops that pursued over Stone Bridge, although there were several brigades near that had not been much engaged, some not at all. Alexander carried the first order from Beauregard about 6 p.m. in checking pursuit. It directed Kershaw to advance over Bull Run carefully, but not to attack. Alexander, surprised at his ill-timed caution, asked if he forbade any attack. Beauregard replied that Kershaw must wait for Kemper and pursue cautiously. It would have been as easy to send half a dozen batteries as one. Alexander overtook Kershaw just as Kemper's 2 guns opened on the retreating column and upset a wagon on Cub Run Bridge that created a blockade by which a good deal of artillery was lost. On his way back to Beauregard, Alexander met a staff officer carrying an order for all the troops to return. Alexander was at the council of Mr. Davis and the generals that night at Manassas. The conclusion was reached to make a reconnaissance the next morning. Some cavalry scouting parties were sent, who saw nothing but the wreck of McDowell's army. It would have been as easy to have found that out before midnight as in the morning, if they had tried, as no attempt was made to rally the retreating army. McDowell sent a dispatch from Fairfax Court House. The larger part of the men are a confused mob, entirely demoralized. It was the opinion of all the commanders that no stand could be made this side of the Potomac. They are now passing through this place in a state of utter disorganization. Edwin M. Stanton, afterwards Secretary of War, on July 26, 5 days after the battle, wrote to ex-President Buchanan, "The capture of Washington now seems to be inevitable. During the whole of Monday and Tuesday it might have been taken without resistance. The rout, overthrow, and demoralization of the army is complete." General Johnston afterwards said as an excuse for not pursuing that his army was as much demoralized by victory as the enemy's by defeat. Nobody suspected it then. We had about 15,000 troops on the field who had not been engaged, and a good many arrived the next morning. On the caisson attached to one of Kemper's guns, when it swept over Bull Run, was an old Virginian, whose long white hair hung over his shoulders and gave him the look of a patriarch. When Kemper unlimbered near Cub Run, he claimed the privilege of firing the first gun. He had done the same when Beauregard opened his batteries on Sumter. When the curtain was let down on the last scene at Appomattox, he blew out his brains and ended life's fitful fever. In his report, General Johnston said that our victory was as complete as one gained by infantry and artillery can be. He took no account of Stuart's charge at a critical moment when the Zouaves were coming upon Jackson's flank, nor of the fact that his army exceeded McDowell's in numbers and had 3 or 4 times as much cavalry. The returns show that in Beauregard's army that day there were 1,468 cavalry, and that Stuart, who had come from the Shenandoah Valley, had 12 companies. Besides, Ashby arrived the day after the battle with a cavalry regiment. Johnston and Beauregard had a total of effectives that day of 31,982 men and 55 guns, although they sent only 2 guns over the run in pursuit. McDowell's total was 29,862 men and but 7 companies of cavalry. Cavalry is needed as much to cover a retreat as to pursue. We had enough cavalry to have taken Washington. It is true, as General Johnston said, that the city is situated on an unfordable river, but less than 20 miles above is a ford at Seneca, where Stuart crossed going to Gettysburg, and I often afterwards crossed there. Our cavalry was nearer Seneca than McDowell's army was to Washington when the retreat began, and ought to have crossed the Potomac that night. The next day it could have easily moved around towards Baltimore, broken communications, and isolated Washington. It is paradoxical but true that the Confederate cause was lost at Bull Run. Yet the victory reflected on those who won it all the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome, and no matter now what men may speculate as to what might have been, cold must be the heart that can read that glorious record and not feel sympathy with suns that set. End of chapter.
Chapter 7 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 7 About Fairfax Courthouse. Until the spring of 1862, we did picket duty on the Potomac, a more agreeable duty than the routine of a camp. There were some skirmishes and many false alarms. A hog rooting or an old hare on its nocturnal rounds would often draw the fire of a vidette. My company went 3 times a week on picket and remained 24 hours, when we were relieved by another company. The following letters from Colonel Mosby to his wife and his sister give the most interesting events of the time between the Battle of Manassas and the campaign of 1862. Fairfax Courthouse, July 29, 1861. Dearest Pauline, we have made no further advance, and I know no more of contemplated movements than you do. A few nights ago we went down near Alexandria to stand as a picket advance guard. It was after dark. When riding along the road a volley was suddenly poured into us from a thick clump of pines. The balls whistled round us, and Captain Jones's horse fell, shot through the head. We were perfectly helpless, as it was dark and they were concealed in the bushes. The best of it was that the Yankees shot 3 of their own men, thought they were ours. Beauregard has no idea of attacking Alexandria. When he attacks Washington he will go about Alexandria to attack Washington. No other news. For 1 week before the battle we had an awful time. Had about 2 meals during the whole time. Marched 2 days and 1 night on 1 meal, in the rain, in order to arrive in time for the fight. We captured a great quantity of baggage left here by the Yankees, with orders for it to be forwarded to Richmond. Fairfax Courthouse, August 18, 1861. My dearest Pauline, I was in a little brush with them one day last week. A party of 10 of us came upon about 150. We fired on them and of course retreated before such superior numbers. We jumped into the bushes to reload and give it to them again when they came up. But instead of pursuing us, they put back to their own camp. When I was last on picket, I was within about 4 miles of Georgetown and could distinctly hear the enemy's morning drum beat. Some of the Yankees came to my post under a flag of truce, stayed all night, ate supper with me, and we treated each other with as much courtesy as did Richard and Saladin when they met by the Diamond of the Desert. Our blister plaster doctor affords us a good deal of fun. He is one of the most pompous fellows you ever saw. He went with us on picket one night, got scared, ran to us and swore he had ridden through a whole regiment of the enemy's infantry. The whole truth was there was not a Yankee in 3 miles of him. Fairfax Courthouse, September 2, 1861. My dearest Pauline, I received a fall from my horse one day last week, down at Falls Church, which came near killing me. I have now entirely recovered and will return to camp this morning. I was out on picket one dark, rainy night. There were only 3 of us at our post. A large body of cavalry came dashing down towards us from the direction of the enemy. Our orders were to fire on all. I fired my gun, started back toward where our main body was. My horse slipped down, fell on me, and galloped off, leaving me in a senseless condition in the road.
Fortunately, the body of cavalry turned out to be a company of our own men who had gone out after night to arrest a spy. When they started, they promised Captain Jones to go by our post and inform us of the fact, in order to prevent confusion. This they failed to do, and their own culpable neglect came near getting some of them killed. Our troops are gradually encroaching on the Federals, now occupying a position in full view of Washington. A brush is looked for there today. I rode out one day about a week ago with our wagon after hay, came to where our pickets were stationed. They were in full view of the Yankees, a few hundred yards off on the opposite hill. The Yankees were firing at our men with long-range guns, but ours could not return it, as they have only old muskets. I have a splendid Sharp's carbine which will kill at 1,000 yards. I dismounted and turned loose on them. I had to fire at them most of the time in a thick field of corn, of course could not tell the effect, but once when a fellow ran out into the road, in which I stood, to shoot at me, it took several to carry him back. Camp near Fairfax Court House, September 17, 1861. Dear Liz, Mosby's sister. Beauregard and Johnston are expected to move their headquarters up to Fairfax today. Although Captain Jones is a strict officer, he is very indulgent to me and never refuses me any favor I ask him. I think he will be made a colonel very soon. Aaron, Mosby's negro servant, considers himself next in command to Captain Jones. Nobody thinks the war will continue longer than a few months. We will clean them out in 2 more battles. Camp near Fairfax Court House, September 14, 1861. My dearest Pauline, today we go on picket at the Big Falls on the Potomac. One hill we occupy commands a full view of the Capitol. I went to take a view of it with Lloyd. We could see it distinctly with all their fortifications and the stars and stripes floating over it. I thought of the last time I had seen it, for you were there with me, and I could not but feel some regrets that it was no longer the capital of my country, but that of a foreign foe. Camp near Fairfax, September, 1861. My dearest Pauline, the enemy had come up with 3,000 men, artillery, etc., to Louisville, one of our picket stations. When we got there, they were still there. 3 men of our company, including myself, were detached to go forward to reconnoitre. Colonel Stuart was with us. While standing near the opening of a wood, a whole regiment of Yankees came up in full view, within 100 yards of me. Their colonel was mounted on a splendid horse, and was very gaily dressed. I was in the act of shooting him, which I could have done with ease with my carbine, when Colonel Stuart told me not to shoot, fearing they were our men. I never regretted anything so much in my life as the glorious opportunity I missed of winging their colonel. We went back and brought up our artillery, which scattered them at the first shot. I never enjoyed anything so much in my life as standing by the cannon and watching our shells when they burst over them. Camp Cooper, November 21, 1861. My dearest Pauline, on Monday I participated in what is admitted to have been the most dashing feat of the war. Colonel Lee took about 80 men out on a scout. Hearing where a company of about the same number of Yankees were on picket, we went down and attacked. They were concealed in a pine thicket, where 1 man ought to have been equal to 10 outside. We charged right into them, and they poured a raking fire into our ranks. Fount Beatty and myself, in the ardor of pursuit, had gotten separated some distance from our main body, when we came upon 2 Yankees in the woods. We ordered them to surrender, but they replied by firing on us. One of the Yankees jumped behind a tree and was taking aim at Fount when I leveled my pistol at him, but missed him. He also fired, but missed Fount, though within a few feet of him. I then jumped down from my horse, and as the fellow turned to me, I rested my carbine against a tree and shot him dead. He never knew what struck him. Fount fired at one with his pistol, but missed. A South Carolinian came up and killed the other. The man I killed had a letter in his pocket from his sweetheart, Clara. They were of the Brooklyn Zouaves and fought at Manassas. 1862. My dearest Pauline: Get Aaron to give you a full account of his adventure, his memorable retreat from Bunker Hill, his doctoring the sick men during the battle. He is a good deal thought of in the company. Footnote: The story of the sick men concerns the Battle of Manassas. They covered themselves with heavy blankets and shivered when the shells were flying. When they were not, they would recover and raise up and ask Aaron, "Haven't you got a few more of those corn cakes?" At the end of 1861 occurred an event which greatly disappointed Southern hopes. Mason and Slidell had been sent as ambassadors to England and France. They escaped through the blockading fleet at Charleston and arrived at Nassau, where they took passage on the English steamer Trent. The vessel was stopped on the high seas by Captain Wilkes of the San Jacinto, and the ambassadors were taken off and confined in Fort Warren, Boston. This action was hailed with as much joy in the South as in the North. The Confederates thought their ambassadors would be held as prisoners, and conceived it to be impossible that they would be surrendered on the demand of England, after the Secretary of the Navy had approved the conduct of Wilkes, and Congress had given him a vote of thanks. Fortunately for the Union cause, neither Mr. Lincoln nor Mr. Seward had committed himself to an approval of it, but both had kept a judicious silence until they could hear from England. In the South we all felt sure that England would never submit to such an indignity and breach of neutrality. War between England and the United States was considered inevitable, and we could almost hear the roar of English guns dispersing the fleets which were blockading our coasts. With England as an ally of the South, our success was certain, but the administration wisely yielded to England's demand and surrendered the captives. Mr. Seward, in a letter to Lord Lyons, ingeniously maintained that he was consistent in so doing, and that in demanding their release England had at last claimed for neutrals the rights for which the United States had always contended. Mason and Slidell were transferred to an English gunboat lying off Cape Cod, and thus withered our hopes of having England as an ally. There was no longer a casus belli. The Richmond Examiner, January 1, 1862, said of this affair, "The year which has just begun opens with evil tidings. We fear there is no doubt of the fact that the Northern Union has consented to the surrender of Mason and Slidell, and with that event all hopes of an immediate alliance between the Southern Confederacy and Great Britain must cease." It happened that I brought to the camps in Fairfax the first news of the capture of Mason and Slidell. Fitzhugh Lee took a part of my regiment on a scout, and we came upon the Brooklyn 14th that was doing picket duty. They wore red breeches, so we called them the red-legged Yankees. As soon as we got in sight of them we charged. A portion of them were in a dense thicket, which we couldn't penetrate on horseback, and so a few of us dismounted and charged on foot, with carbines, to the point where the reserve had a fire. We took a number of prisoners, and I picked up a newspaper. It was about sundown. The paper was a copy of the Washington Star of that evening, and had an account of the capture of Mason and Slidell. When we brought the prisoners to Fitz Lee, I said, "Colonel, here's a copy of today's paper." Fitz Lee replied, "The ruling passion strong in death," referring to my reputation of always being the first man in the company to get hold of a newspaper. Colonel Jones sent the paper to General Johnston's headquarters at Centreville. A popular notion has prevailed that a great benefit would have resulted to the South if England and France had received our ministers and established diplomatic relations with the Southern Confederacy. I never thought so, unless they had gone further and intervened in our behalf, as France did with the colonies, and sent their fleets to break the blockade. In that event, they would have become parties to the war. When they proclaimed their neutrality and accorded us belligerent rights and the hospitality of their ports to Confederate cruisers, they just as much recognized the independence of the South as if they had officially received its ministers. The human mind cannot conceive of belligerent rights except as attached to a supreme independent power. There was a great deal of complaint against England for her haste in proclaiming neutrality, and thus recognizing the belligerent character of the contest. But the Congress called by Mr. Lincoln in July, 1861, before Bull Run had been fought, as Webster said about Bunker Hill, elevated an insurrection into a public war. It passed an act forbidding commercial intercourse between persons living north and south of the Potomac, and declaring the forfeiture of goods caught in transit, and also the seizure of vessels on the high seas as enemy property, if the owners lived in the South. It also declared that such seizures and intercourse should be governed, not by the municipal law of the country, but by the law of nations. It thus recognized our sectional conflict as a public territorial war, and not, like the Wars of the Roses, a contest of factions. The law of nations regulates the relations of alien enemies in war and can have no application to citizens of the same country. This act of Congress was a declaration of a war inter gentes, as much so as that between France and Prussia. The Amy Warwick, owned in Richmond, sailed from Rio without notice of the blockade. She was seized on the voyage and condemned as a prize of war. It was contended that there was no proof that her owner was in rebellion, but the Supreme Court held that international law took no notice of the personal sentiments of individuals, but that their domicile determined their legal status. In the opening of the year 1862 there was a great deal of depression in the Southern Confederacy. A considerable amount of this was due to the failure of our hopes of having England as an immediate ally, but most of it was on account of the expiration, in the coming spring, of the terms of enlistment of most of the regiments and the reluctance of the men to re-enlist before going to their homes. General Joe Johnston issued an address urging the 12 months volunteers to re-enlist, but it had little or no effect. He said, "The commanding general calls upon the 12 months men to stand by their brave comrades who have volunteered for the war, to re-volunteer at once and thus show the world that the patriots who engaged in this struggle do not swerve from the bloodiest path they may be called to tread." The fear that the army would disappear like a morning mist is shown in the farewell address of General Beauregard, dated January 30, 1862, when he was about to leave to take command in the West. He said, "Above all, I am anxious that my brave countrymen, here in arms fronting the haughtily arrayed master of Northern mercenaries, should thoroughly appreciate the exigency, and hence comprehend that this is no time for the Army of the Potomac, the men of Manassas, to stack their arms and quit, even for a brief period, the standards they have made glorious by their manhood." The fact that Beauregard italicized the latter part of this sentence was an omen of impending danger. Mr. Davis also sent a message to Congress in which he said, "I therefore recommend the passage of a law declaring that all persons residing within the Confederate States between the ages of 18 and 35 years and rightfully subject to military duty shall be held to be in the military service of the Confederate States." The conscription law increased the numbers but impaired the esprit de corps of the volunteer army that won the victory of Manassas. The flower of Southern manhood had been gathered there. But the law saved the Confederacy from the danger of collapse without another battle through the disbandment of its army. After the war, I heard severe criticism of the Conscription Act, which in fact saved the Confederacy for a time. End of chapter. Chapter 8 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 8.
Campaigning with Stuart. The last time I went on picket was on the 12th of February, 1862. By this time Stuart had been made a brigadier general, and Jones was colonel of the regiment. The road from our camp to the outposts passed through Centreville, where General Joe Johnston and Stuart had their headquarters. On that February day Stuart joined us, and I observed that an empty carriage was following, though I did not understand the reason. When we arrived at Fairfax Court House, Stuart asked Captain Blackford to detail a man to go in the carriage with some ladies. There was a fine family in the place, who always gave me my breakfast when I was on picket, and, as one of the ladies in the party was a member of the family, I was detailed to go as an escort several miles inside our lines. They did not like being on the picket line where there were frequent skirmishes. So I left my horse for my messmate, Fount Beatty, to bring back to camp the next day, and took my seat in the carriage with the ladies. It was a raw, cold morning, and it soon began to snow. We arrived at our journey's end in the evening, and I then started for Stuart's headquarters. When I reached there it was dark and the snow was still falling. Although I had been in Stuart's regiment from the beginning of the war, I had no acquaintance with him and no reason to suppose that he had ever heard of me. So I went into the house, reported to him that I had left the ladies at their destination, and asked him for a pass, as my camp on the Bull Run was several miles away. The sentinels would not let me go back without one. Now the weather would not have been any more severe on me if I had walked back to camp that night than if I had stayed on picket. I never dreamed of Stuart's inviting me to spend the night at headquarters, or that I should ever rise to intimacy with him. There could have been nothing prepossessing in my general appearance to induce him to make an exception of me, for I was as roughly dressed as any common soldier. But he told me the weather was too bad and to stay there that night. Of course I obeyed, took my seat before a big blazing fire. Both of the generals were sitting there, but I felt so small in their presence that I looked straight into the fire and never dared to raise my head. I would have felt far more comfortable trudging back to camp through the snow. Presently a boy announced that supper was ready. The generals arose, and, as Stuart walked into the supper room, he told me to come in and get some supper. I was astonished, and kept my seat. Stuart observed my absence from the table and sent for me. So I obeyed, went in, and took a seat with the generals. I do not think I raised my eyes from my plate, although they chatted freely. When it was time to go to sleep, Stuart had some blankets spread on the floor, and I was soon snoring. The same thing happened in the morning. A boy announced breakfast. Stuart told me to come in, and I again stayed behind, and he had to send for me. It has always been a mystery to me why Stuart made me his guest that night and did not put me with his couriers, which would have been more agreeable to me. After breakfast Stuart sent me, mounted, to my camp, with a courier to bring back the horse I rode. So here began my friendship for Stuart, which lasted as long as he lived. It is a coincidence that it began on the very day I received my first promotion. I had scarcely reached our camp when a message came from the commander of the regiment, Colonel Jones, to come to his tent. I went, and he offered me the position of adjutant. I was as much astonished as I had been the night before to be asked to sit at the table with the generals. Of course I was glad to accept it, and Jones wrote to the War Department requesting my appointment. The Journal of the Confederate Senate shows that I was confirmed to take rank from February 17, 1862. I have always had a repugnance to ceremonials, and was not half so much frightened in the Battle of Bull Run as I was on the first dress parade I conducted. On such occasions the adjutant is the most conspicuous figure. I never could repeat the formulas of the regulations, and for this reason I remember the few weeks I served as an adjutant with less satisfaction than any other portion of my life as a soldier. Undated fragment of a letter to Mrs. Mosby. We are suffering the most intense anxiety to hear the final result from Donelson. If we are defeated there, it will prolong the war, I fear, but the idea of giving up or abandoning the field now should never enter a Southern man's head.
To be sure, there must be a costly sacrifice of our best blood, but the coward dies 1,000 deaths, the brave man dies but one. When news came to Richmond that Grant's attack on Fort Donelson had been repulsed, Confederate hopes of final success were raised to a high pitch. But they sank to zero the next day when a dispatch came announcing the fall of Donelson and the surrender of most of the garrison. Kentucky was now lost to us and most of Middle Tennessee. A greater blunder was never committed in war than when General Albert Sidney Johnston sent Floyd, Buckner, and Pillow down the Cumberland River with about 17,000 troops to hold a fort situated in the angle made by the confluence of the Cumberland and a deep unfordable creek. There was no line of retreat open by land, and no transportation provided for escape by water in case of defeat. The Confederates were caught in a trap, and their surrender was, of course, inevitable. The first attacks of the gunboats under Commodore Foote were repulsed, and in the evening the situation was about the same as it had been in the morning. But Buckner and Pillow seemed to think that their men would not fight any longer, although they had an abundance of rations, and Floyd swore that he would not surrender either himself or his brigade. Floyd was the senior officer, and it was agreed that he should turn over the command to Pillow, who was next in rank, and that he in turn should turn it over to Buckner. Floyd with his brigade escaped at night on 2 steamboats that happened to come down with supplies from Nashville that evening. Pillow in some way got to the opposite bank of the river and left his troops behind him. It has never been explained why a few boats were not on hand to set the Confederates over the river when resistance became hopeless, or why the 2 which Floyd took were not used during the night to convey the army to the other bank. At daybreak Buckner ordered a parley to be sounded, and capitulated to Grant without conditions. He did not even get as good terms as General Lee got for the fragment of his army at Appomattox. Mr. Davis relieved both Floyd and Pillow of command, but with strange inconsistency he praised General Johnston for putting them in a hole where they fought for 2 days to get out. The affair of Donelson was a most discreditable thing to our side of the war. Camp of 1st Cavalry, March 1, 1862. Dear Pauline, nobody here is the least discouraged at our late reverses. That they will prolong the war I have no doubt. But they have not made the first step towards subjugation. Nothing can reverse my own decision to stay in the foremost ranks, where life is lost or freedom won. I want to see in Southern women some of that Spartan heroism of the mother who said to her son, when she buckled on his armor, "Return with your shield or return upon it." Our army is now falling back from Centreville, but whether to Manassas or Gordonsville I don't know. We haven't moved our camp. When Johnston retired from Centreville in the spring of 1862, our regiment was the rearguard of the army. Johnston fell back leisurely, first to the Rappahannock and then to the Rapidan, where he waited for McClellan to develop his campaign. In December 1864, I had dinner with General Lee at his headquarters near Petersburg, and he told me that Johnston should never have moved from the Rapidan to Richmond, that when it was discovered that McClellan was moving down the Potomac, he wrote Johnston and urged him to move back against Washington. Lee was confident that such a menace of the capital would recall McClellan to defend it. A considerable Union force followed our regiment as we withdrew along the railroad, and when it got near our picket line on Cedar Run, it deployed in an open field and made a great display. Jones was on the picket line that day, and I was with him and witnessed the exhibition. The pickets withdrew, and the enemy occupied the ground on which we had been for several days. That night my regiment camped near Bealeton Station. The next morning I rode there and met Stuart. The enemy was already in sight and advancing. I had become pretty well acquainted with Stuart after I became an adjutant, and had already conducted several scouting expeditions for him. As we met that morning, he said to me very earnestly, and he seemed puzzled, "General Johnston wants to know if McClellan's army is following us. or if this is only a feint he is making. Evidently Stuart wanted me to find out for him, but did not like to order me. I saw the opportunity for which I had longed, and said in a self-confident tone, "I will find out for you, if you will give me a guide." He gave me one who knew the road, and with 2 others of my party, I started around the flank of the hostile column and got in its rear while it was advancing to the Rappahannock. As the enemy moved south and we went north, my party was in its rear when the Union column reached the Rappahannock and began shelling the Confederates who had just crossed. As we were behind the enemy, we soon discovered that an isolated body was following Johnston and that it kept up no line of communication with Washington. It was clear that the movement was a mask to create a diversion and cover some operation. Of course I was proud to have made the discovery, and I rode nearly all night to report it to Stuart. When we got near the river, we halted at a farmhouse, for there was danger of being shot by our own pickets if we attempted to cross the river in the dark. As soon as it was daylight, I started, leaving my companions asleep. A picket halted me when I got halfway across the river, and it was with great difficulty that I could persuade him not to fire. At last I made him ashamed of himself when I told him I was only one man and asked him if he was afraid of one Yankee. He told me to come on, but he kept his gun leveled at me. I went on at a gallop and found Stuart with General Ewell, whose division was in line of battle, expecting the enemy to attempt to cross the river. A heavy fog concealed their backward movement. I told Stuart that there was no support behind the force in front, and that it was falling back. A curtain of cavalry had been left behind to cover the retreat. Our cavalry was immediately ordered in pursuit, and I went with it. In the rapture of the moment, Stuart told me I could get any reward I wanted. His report confirms this statement about the information that was obtained, but I got no reward. Culpeper County, April 1, 1862. My dearest Pauline, although I do not belong to that company, Blackford's, being on the regimental staff, I went with them into the fight. The appearance of the enemy when they crossed Cedar Run was the most magnificent sight I ever beheld. We let them, the advance guard of cavalry, cross, when, dismounting, we delivered a volley with our carbines which sent them back across the deep stream in the wildest confusion. One fellow was thrown into the water over his head, and scrambling out ran off and left his horse. Another horse fell, rose, and fell again, burying his rider with him under the water. We ceased firing, threw up our caps, and indulged in the most boisterous laughter. Colonel Jones speaks of some service I have recently rendered. At one time, with 4 men, I passed around, got to the rear of the enemy, discovered that they were making a feint movement on the railroad, while they were really moving in another direction. I rode nearly all night to give the information, which resulted in General Stuart's ordering our regiment in pursuit, and the capture of about 30 prisoners, 16 horses, arms, etc. General Stuart was so much pleased with my conduct that he wrote a report to General Johnston commending me very highly and also recommending my promotion. When our regiment got to the vicinity of Yorktown, it was reorganized, and Fitz Lee, who had been a lieutenant colonel, was elected colonel. Stuart invited me to come to his headquarters and act as a scout. I got no commission and stayed with his couriers. In this ambiguous condition I remained for a year, or until I took up my independent command. April 25, 1862. My dearest Pauline, our regiment was reorganized day before yesterday. Colonel Fitzhugh Lee was elected over Colonel Jones. Colonel Jones left immediately for Richmond. He expects to be a brigadier general. Immediately after the election I handed in my resignation of my commission. The President had commissioned me for the war, but I would not be adjutant of a colonel against his wishes, or if I were not his first choice. General Stuart told me yesterday that he would see that I had a commission. Richmond, June 2, 1862. My dearest Pauline, the papers will give you about as much as I know of the fight, the Battle of Fair Oaks or Seven Pines. I went down over the battlefield yesterday. Our men were all among the enemy's tents, which were still standing, their camp kettles on the fire, etc. We whipped them in their fortifications. General Lee is now in command, General Johnston being wounded. There is so much confusion in Richmond that I do not know whether I can get your memorandum filled today. There is nothing like a panic, everybody being engaged in preparing to take care of the wounded. In June, 1862, McClellan was astraddle of the Chickahominy. His right rested on the Pamunkey, but there was a gap of several miles between his left and the James. The two armies were so close to each other that the cavalry was of little use, and it was therefore kept in the rear. One morning I was at breakfast with Stuart, and he said that he wanted to find out if McClellan was fortifying on the Totopotomoy, a creek that empties into the Pamunkey. I was glad to go for him, and started off with 3 men. But we found a flag of truce on the road and turned off to scout in another direction. I did not want to go back without doing something. We did not get the information for which we were sent, but we did get intelligence of even more value. We penetrated McClellan's lines and discovered that for several miles his right flank had only cavalry pickets to guard his line of communication with his depot at the White House on the Pamunkey. Here, it seemed to me, was an opportunity to strike a blow. McClellan had not anticipated any such move and had made no provision against it. On discovering the conditions, I hastened back to Stuart and found him sitting in the front yard. It was a hot day. I was tired and lay down on the grass to tell him what I had learned. A martinet would have ordered me to stand in his presence. He listened to my story, and when I had finished, told me to go to the adjutant's office and write it down. At the same time he ordered a courier to get ready to go with him to General Lee's headquarters. I did as he requested and brought him a sheet of paper with what I had written. After reading it, Stuart called my attention to its not being signed. I signed it, though I had thought he only wanted a memorandum of what I had said. General Lee had never heard of me. Stuart took the paper and went off with a courier at a gallop. As soon as he returned, orders were issued to the cavalry to be ready. General Lee's instructions authorizing the expedition were dated June 11. I had reported the day before. On the morning of the 12th, with 1,200 cavalry and 2 pieces of artillery, Stuart passed through Richmond and took the road towards Ashland. I was at headquarters when Stuart was leaving. The officer in charge asked him when he would be back. His answer was, "It may be for years, it may be forever." His spirits were buoyant. The column moved on to Old Church in Hanover, where 2 squadrons of U.S. regular cavalry were stationed under the command of Captain Royal. When the pickets were chased in, Royal heard the firing and went to their support. He had no cause to suspect the numbers he was meeting, for McClellan had never even considered the possibility of a force breaking through his lines and passing around him. A squadron of the 9th Virginia Cavalry led our column. Captain Laudonnier was in command. A charge was ordered, and in the combat Royal was wounded and routed, and Laudonnier was killed. We could not stay to give him even a hasty burial. Our forces soon had possession of the abandoned camp, and as the enemy had had no time to pack up, there was a festival. We were now on the flank of the enemy, but 9 miles from the railroad which was his line of communication. The question which Stuart had to determine was whether to go on or turn back. We were near the Pamunkey, and if we kept on, the road would soon be closed behind us. The only way of return would then be to pass around McClellan. I felt great anxiety for fear that Stuart would halt, for I realized that there was a chance for him to do something that had never been done. His decision to go on showed that he possessed true military genius. Just before Stuart gave the order for us to move, he turned to me and said, "I want you to go on some distance ahead." "Very well," said I, "but give me a guide." 2 soldiers who knew the roads were ordered to go with me. I was proud to be selected for such a duty, and was full of enthusiasm. We had not gone far before Stuart sent one of his staff to tell me to go faster and increase the distance between us. As we jogged along 2 miles in advance of the column, we came upon a sutler's wagon. It was filled with so many tempting things which we had not seen for nearly 2 years that we felt as if the blockade had been raised. We exercised the belligerent right of search. At the same time I could see, about a mile away in the Pamunkey River, a forest of masts of schooners which were unloading supplies into a train of wagons, ready to carry them to the army. So I sent one man back to tell Stuart to hurry and capture the prizes, and put the other as a guard over the sutler. I then went on alone. When Stuart came up, he sent a squadron to burn the schooners and the wagon train. Capturing watercraft was a novel experiment in cavalry tactics. At a bend in the road I came upon a vidette and a sutler's wagon. They submitted quietly. Just then a bugle sounded, and I saw a body of cavalry a few hundred yards away. Fugitives from the camp we had captured had given the alarm, and the second troop was getting ready to leave. As soon as the head of our column appeared, the enemy's force at once disappeared. A Confederate newspaper described my part as follows: Approaching the public interest in the recital of everything connected with the recent exploit of General Stuart's cavalry in his reconnaissance through the enemy's lines, we have gathered, from reliable participants in the affair, these additional particulars. After destroying the enemy's camp near the old church, Lieutenant John S. Mosby, aide to General Stuart and who had been most daring and successful as a scout, was sent on in advance, with a single guide, towards Tunstall Station, to reconnoitre and ascertain the position and force of the enemy. On his way he met 2 Yankees whom he took prisoners and sent to the rear in charge of his guide. Alone he pushed on and overtook a cavalryman and an artilleryman of the enemy's forces, having in charge a quartermaster's wagon and stores. Lieutenant Mosby dashed up and, drawing his pistols, demanded their surrender. The New Yorker surrendered at once, but the Pennsylvanian, beginning to fumble for his pistol, the lieutenant made a more emphatic demand for his surrender, and at the same moment compelled him to look quite closely into the muzzle of his pistol. All this time there were drawn up, not 400 yards distant, a company of Yankee cavalry in line of battle. In a moment a bugle sounded as for a movement on him, when, anxious to secure his prisoners and stores, Lieutenant Mosby put spurs and galloped across the field, at the same time shouting to his imaginary men to follow him, when none of the Confederate cavalry were in sight and the swiftest more than a mile in the rear. The cavalries, hearing the word of command, and apprehending the descent of an avalanche of Confederate cavalry upon them, broke line, each man galloping off to take care of himself. The wagon, prisoners, and stores were then secured, and among them were found 40 splendid Colt's pistols with holsters, besides boots, shoes, blankets, etc., etc. About sundown, we reached the York River Railroad, and the column still went on. The only way to get back to Richmond was now to recross the Chickahominy near its mouth and pass by McClellan's left flank. As some evidence of the consternation that prevailed among the Union troops, I remember that, after we left the camp, a sergeant and 25 men of the regular cavalry followed on under a flag of truce and surrendered to the rear guard. That night was a feast for Stuart's cavalry. On all the roads were burning trains with supplies and sutlers' goods. Champagne and Rhine wine flowed copiously. A force was sent in pursuit of us under the command of General St. George Cooke, Stuart's father-in-law. Although the march of our column was slow, we never saw an armed foe after we left Royall's camp, except a small guard at the railroad. General Warren, who commanded a brigade behind us, said, "It was impossible for the infantry to overtake him, and as the cavalry did not move without us, it was impossible for them to overtake him." Fitz-John Porter regretted that, when General Cooke did pursue, he should have tied his legs with the infantry command. As there were 6 cavalry regiments, including all the regulars, with a battery, on our track, it is hard to see why they wanted infantry. Although more than 48 hours elapsed between the time when we passed McClellan's right flank and back around his left, he made no attempt to intercept us. In making the circuit of his army, the Confederate column was at all times within 5 or 6 miles of his headquarters, with 2 navigable rivers enclosing it, and another river over which we had to build a bridge in order to cross. McClellan was a soldier of great organizing ability and trained in the science of war. I mean in those operations that can be regulated by rules. But he had none of the inspiration that decides and acts instantly, and he was now confronted by a condition without a precedent, so he was helpless. About daylight we reached a ford of the Chickahominy, a narrow, crooked stream which meanders between the Pamunkey and the James. We had crossed it on the morning before. Stuart had expected to be able to ford this stream, but at this point it was overflowing. A guide told us of a bridge a mile below, or where one had been, so the column was headed for that point. When we got there, we found that the bridge was gone, although the piles were standing. Nearby were the remains of an old warehouse, which furnished material for building another. It was soon constructed. It seemed to rise out of the water by magic. It may not have been so good a bridge as Caesar might throw over the Rhine, but it answered our purpose. While the bridge was building, Stuart showed no anxiety and was in as gay a humor as ever I saw him. During the night, I had provided for our commissary department a lot of stores from the sutlers' wagons, and these were soon spread about on the grass. We had not been disturbed on the night march, but just as the bridge was finished, a body of lancers came in sight and halted. They had captured one of our men, a German, whom we had to leave behind, as he was too full of Rhine wine to travel. When we reached Westover, the command was halted to rest and get forage, for we knew that the road to Richmond was open. Stuart now left Fitz Lee in command and rode on to report to General Lee. The column moved on by moonlight and at daybreak was in sight of Richmond. The game was won. I had ridden several miles ahead of the column and met Stuart returning. Of course, he was delighted to hear that the cavalry was safe. To excuse himself for what he had not done, McClellan, in a dispatch, tried to belittle this affair by saying that Stuart's cavalry did nothing but gain a little éclat, but it can be said with more truth that he himself lost a good deal. It was the first blow at his reputation. The Comte de Paris, one of McClellan's staff officers, said with more truth, "They had, in point of fact, created a great commotion, shaken the confidence of the North in McClellan, and made the first experiment in those great cavalry expeditions which subsequently played so novel and important a part during the war." Richmond, Monday, June 16, 1862. My dearest Pauline, I have just received your letter this morning. I returned yesterday with General Stuart from the grandest scout of the war. I not only helped to execute it, but was the first one who conceived and demonstrated that it was practicable. I took 4 men several days ago and went down among the Yankees and found out how it could be done. The Yankees gave us a chase, but we escaped. I reported to General Stuart, suggested his going down, he approved, asked me to give him a written statement of the facts, and went immediately to see General Lee, who also approved it. We were out nearly 4 days, rode continuously 4 days and nights, found among the Yankee camps and sutlers' stores every luxury of which you ever conceived. I had no way of bringing off anything. General Stuart gave me the horses and equipments I captured. What little I brought off is worth at least $350. Stuart does not want me to go with Floyd. Told me before this affair that I should have a commission. On returning yesterday he told me that I would have no difficulty in doing so now. I met Wyndham Robertson on the street today. He congratulated me on the success of the exploit and said I was the hero, and that he intended to write an account of it for the papers. Made me promise to dine with him today. I send you some captured things. The carpet was in an officer's tent. There is no prospect of a battle here. Heavy reinforcements have been going to Jackson. I got 2 splendid army pistols. Stuart's name is in everyone's mouth now. I was in both cavalry charges. They were magnificent. I have been staying with General Stuart at his headquarters. The whole heavens were illuminated by the flames of the burning wagons, etc., of the Yankees. A good many ludicrous scenes I will narrate when I get home. Richmond in fine spirits. Everybody says it is the greatest feat of the war. I never enjoyed myself so much in my life. Headquarters, Cavalry Brigade, June 20, 1862. Honorable George W. Randolph, Secretary of War. General, permit me to present to you John S. Mosby, who for months past has rendered time and again services of the most important and valuable nature, exposing himself regardless of danger, and, in my estimation, fairly won promotion. I am anxious that he should get the captaincy of a company of sharpshooters in my brigade, but the muster rolls have not yet been sent in. I commend him to your notice. Most respectfully, General, your obedient servant, J.E.B. Stuart, Brigadier General Commanding Cavalry. End of chapter. Chapter 9 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 9. The Campaign Against Pope. Richmond, July 4, 1862. My dearest Pauline, I reached our wagon camp near Richmond about 12 o'clock Tuesday, and as the battle of Malvern Hill was raging below did not go to Richmond. I came up to get my horse shod. McClellan has retreated about 35 miles and is now under cover of his gunboats on James River. McClellan is badly whipped. Richmond, July 7, 1862. My dearest Pauline, I came up to Richmond yesterday from our camp below. Our army has now fallen back near Richmond, as we could not attack McClellan under his gunboats. It was no use keeping our army so far off from supplies. I have just returned from an expedition down James River where I succeeded, with half a dozen men, in breaking up an assemblage of negroes and Yankees. They were armed. It is an open secret that in August 1862 the disobedience of two Confederate generals saved Pope's army in Virginia from ruin and nearly resulted in the capture of the Confederate chief of cavalry. But historians have been strangely silent about it. I had a part in the play, and I take more pleasure in telling about it now than I did when I was an actor in the great drama. In war there are lights mingled with shadows. In the retrospect we see a great deal of the comedy where once all seemed to be tragedy. After the 7 days' battles around Richmond, that closed on July 1, several weeks of calm succeeded. McClellan had shifted his base from the Pamunkey to the James, and both armies rested for another collision. If McClellan had possessed the intuition of Grant, he would not have halted on the bank of the river, but would have crossed and seized the communications of the Confederate capital. General John Pope had been called from the west to take command of an army in front of Washington. This army was organized mostly from fragments which Jackson had overlooked in the Shenandoah Valley. Pope came east with some reputation, but he soon lost it. Pope opened his campaign in northern Virginia with a bombastic manifesto that, by an invidious comparison, gave offense to his own side and amusement to ours. He was, however, unjustly criticized for declaring that his army should subsist on the country it occupied. That is a right as old as war, to live on the enemy. I did the same thing whenever I could. Pope declared that in the West he had seen only the backs of his enemies, and that he would look only to his front and let his rear take care of itself. But he must be acquitted of the charge, so often repeated, of having said that his headquarters would be in the saddle.
I know that it is no use to deny it now. It is part of our mythology, and the people of Virginia believe it as religiously as they do the legend of Pocahontas. It is said that even so grave a person as General Lee made humorous remarks about this proclamation. But what interested me most in this proclamation was the following: I hear constantly of taking strong positions and holding them, of lines of retreat and bases of supplies. Let us dismiss such ideas. Let us study the probable lines of retreat of our opponents, and leave our own to take care of themselves. Let us look before us, and not behind. At this time I was at cavalry headquarters in Hanover County, about 10 miles from Richmond. When I read what Pope said about looking only to his front and letting his rear take care of itself, I saw that the opportunity for which I had longed had come. He had opened a promising field for partisan warfare, and had invited, or rather dared, anybody to take advantage of it. The cavalry at Richmond was doing nothing but picket duty, and quiet to quick bosoms as a hell. So I asked Stuart for a dozen men to make the harvest where the laborers were few, and do for Pope what he would not do for himself take care of his rear and communications for him. Stuart was, of course, well disposed to me. He had spoken well of me in his report of his ride around McClellan on the Chickahominy, and General Lee had also mentioned me in his general order announcing it to the army. I really thought that there was a chance to render effective service. I had served the first year of the war in a regiment of cavalry in the region which was now in Pope's department, and had a general knowledge of the country. I was sure then, I am surer now, that I could make Pope pay as much attention to his rear as his front, and that I could compel him to detail most of his cavalry to guard his long line of communications, or turn his commissary department in rear over to me, which would have been perfectly satisfactory to me. There never was afterwards such a field for partisan war in Virginia. Breaking communications is the chief work for a partisan. It defeats plans and starts confusion by destroying supplies, thus diminishing the offensive strength of an army. Judged in the light that is before us now, it looks strange that I was refused. Stuart told me that he was getting his cavalry ready for the active campaign soon to begin, but that he would give me a letter to Jackson, who no doubt would give me the men I wanted. I had to beg for the privilege of striking the enemy at a vulnerable point. If the detail had been given me, I would have started directly to cross the Rapidan to flank Pope, and my partisan war would have begun then. I accepted the letter to Jackson, the best I could get, and with a club-footed companion, and exempt from military service, I started off. I was so anxious to be at work that I concluded to go by rail and arranged with Jackson for the cavalry to go with me. We spent the night with a farmer near Beaver Dam Station on what is now the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad. I sent my companion on to lead my horse to Jackson's headquarters and went to the depot. I laid down my pistols and haversack that had the letter to Jackson. The man leading my horse had scarcely gotten out of sight when somebody exclaimed, "Here they are!" A regiment of Northern cavalry was not 100 yards away, coming up at a trot. I ran, but they caught me and got my pistols and haversack. This capture apparently blasted my hopes, especially when I was sent to the old Capitol prison in Washington, but an exchange of prisoners was agreed upon the next day. I was captured by a New York regiment, the Harris Cavalry. It had ridden all night to break the communications between Lee and Jackson. The men did not wait for my train, although I told them it could be taken with impunity. It was not true, but I suppose I was justified by the code of war. I was taken to General King's headquarters at Fredericksburg and very kindly treated. He let me write a letter to my family, which he sent through the lines. Some letters were captured at the depot. General King read one aloud. Everybody laughed. It was from a Richmond girl to her country cousin. I remember 4 lines. I hope they won't shock people who read them now. Jeff Davis is our president. Lincoln is a fool. Jeff Davis rides a white horse. Lincoln rides a mule.
A history of the Harris Cavalry says: At 6 o'clock on the evening of July 19th the Harris Light was set in rapid motion almost directly south. By means of a forced march through the night, at gray dawn of morning we descended upon Beaver Dam Depot on the Virginia Central, like so many ravenous wolves. During an affray we captured a young Confederate, who gave his name as Captain John S. Mosby. By his sprightly appearance and conversation he attracted considerable attention. He is slight but well formed. He has a keen blue eye and a blond complexion, and displays no small amount of Southern bravado in his dress and manners. His gray plush hat is surmounted by a waving plume, which he tosses as he speaks in real Prussian style. He had a letter in his possession from General Stuart commending him to the kind regards of General Jackson. Old Capitol Prison, Washington, July 23, 1862. My dearest Pauline, I wrote you from Falmouth, opposite Fredericksburg, announcing my capture by the enemy's cavalry at Beaver Dam. I was going up to see General Jackson for Stuart. I had a young man with me. I concluded to let him lead my horse, and I would take the train and pay you a flying visit. I had just arrived at the depot, had pulled off my arms and placed them in a storehouse, and was sitting down outdoors waiting for a train, which was due in the course of an hour, when the cavalry suddenly appeared and I had no time to escape. The colonel and captain treated me with the greatest courtesy. General King, before whom I was carried, ordered my arms to be restored to me. In my haversack was a letter from General Stuart introducing me to General Jackson. You need feel no uneasiness about me. Colonel Davis, who captured me, offered to lend me Federal money. I thanked him, but declined. I had been a prisoner about 10 days when I was taken, with a good many prisoners, down the Potomac to Fortress Monroe. Here we waited 4 days for others to arrive, that we might go up the James River to the place of exchange. When we arrived at Hampton Roads, I saw a large number of transports with troops lying near. As a prisoner, I kept up my habits as a scout and soon learned that they were Burnside's troops who had just come from North Carolina. If they were reinforcements for McClellan, it would indicate that he would advance again on Richmond from his new base on the James. On the other hand, if they sailed up the Chesapeake, it would show that they were going to join Pope, and that McClellan would be withdrawn from the peninsula. This was the problem that I had to solve. It was a pivotal point in the campaign. There were several officers of high rank among the prisoners, but I did not communicate my purpose to anyone, for fear my secret work might leak out, with the result that we should be detained. I was, however, much surprised that none of them seemed to regard what was before their eyes as of any significance. On the 4th day, several steamers with prisoners came from their places of confinement in the north, anchored near us, and I was told that we were to start that evening up the James River, to the point where the commissioners would meet for the exchange. During the day I saw the transports with Burnside's troops weighing anchor and passing out by the fort. I had become pretty well acquainted with the captain of the steamer that brought us down from Washington, and found out that he was a Confederate in sympathy. So when he was going ashore for his orders, I asked him to find out where the transports were going. When he returned, he whispered to me that Aquia Creek, on the Potomac, was the point. That settled it. McClellan's army would not advance, but would follow the transports northward. I was feverish with excitement and anxiety to carry the news to General Lee, but nobody suspected what I had discovered, nor did I hear any comment on the movement of Burnside's troops. I was so restless that I sat nearly all night on the deck of the steamer, watching for the day star. Early in the morning we arrived at the landing, and I was the first to jump ashore. As I was in a hurry, and afraid of being detained by some formality in exchanging, I whispered to the Confederate commissioner that I had important information for General Lee, and asked him to let me go. He made no objection. It was a hot day in August, and I set out alone to walk 12 miles to headquarters. Someone in Washington had given me a patent leather haversack and a $5 greenback. The latter I had invested in lemons at Fortress Monroe, for the blockade kept them out of Virginia. After trudging several miles I was so exhausted and footsore that I had to lie down by the roadside, but I held on to my lemons. A horseman, one of Hampton's legion, came along, and I told him how anxious I was to get to General Lee. He proved a benefactor indeed, for he put me on his horse, walked to his camp with me, got another horse, and rode to General Lee's headquarters with me. I wish I knew his name, for I have always thought his conduct was one of the most generous deeds of the war. When we reached headquarters, I dismounted and told a staff officer, who was standing on the porch, that I had important information for General Lee and wished to see him. As I was roughly dressed and unkempt, no doubt the officer thought I was presumptuous to ask the privilege. In the imperious tone customary with staff officers, he said that I could not see the general. I protested that I must, but he would accept no explanation. So I turned to leave, but another officer, who had overheard what I had said, told me to wait. He went inside the house, but soon came out and told me to go inside. I did so and found myself in, what was then to me, the awful presence of the commander-in-chief. We had never met before, but I was soon relieved of embarrassment. General Lee's kind, benevolent manner put me at my ease. I found him looking over a map on the table. As quickly as I could, I told him that Burnside's troops had been sent to Pope. I then said that he did not know what confidence he could put in my report, and told him my name and that I was on Stuart's ride around McClellan. "Oh," he said, "I remember." After I had finished my story, he asked me a few questions. I remember very well that he inquired on what line I thought the next movement against Richmond would be made, and that I considered it a high compliment that he should ask my opinion on such an important matter. He then called one of his staff into the room and told him to have a courier ready to go to General Jackson. At that time Jackson was about 80 miles west of Richmond, on the railroad near Gordonsville, but ever since the affair at Beaver Dam, Lee had been afraid to trust the telegraph and kept a relay line of couriers. As soon as Jackson got the news about Burnside, he hastened to strike Pope at Cedar Mountain before reinforcements could reach him. Richmond, August 6, 1862. My dearest Pauline, I arrived here yesterday evening. I came by flag of truce steamer, landed 12 miles below Richmond, and had to walk all the way up. My feet were so sore I could scarcely stand. As soon as I got here I went out to see General Lee, as I had a good deal of very important information to give him. I brought information of vital importance. The Comte de Paris said in his History of the Civil War in America, "So long as Burnside and the fleet of transports which lay in readiness to ship his troops remained at the mouth of the James, whence they could proceed either to Harrison's Landing or to Aquia Creek, it was evident to Lee that the movement of the Federals had not yet been determined upon. Accordingly he sought with particular care for every item of intelligence calculated to enlighten him as to the design of his adversaries. Finally, one evening, on the 4th or 5th of August, a small steamer bearing a flag of truce was seen coming up the James, passing the Confederate outposts and approaching Aiken's Landing, a place designated for the exchange of prisoners. In the midst of the soldiers, whose gray coats were worn out by long confinement, and the sick and wounded, to whom the thought of freedom restored both strength and health, an officer was making himself conspicuous by his extreme anxiety to land. His face was well known to every Virginian, and his name to all his companions in arms. It was the celebrated Partisan, Colonel John Mosby. His eagerness, which everybody attributed to his ardent temperament, was very natural, for he had news of the greatest importance to communicate to Lee. A few hours later he was at the headquarters of his chief, to whom he made known the fact that at the very moment when he was leaving Hampton Roads, that same morning, the whole of Burnside's corps was being embarked, and that its destination, as he knew positively, was Aquia Creek. Lee lost no time in availing himself of this information, which chance had opportunely thrown into his hands. When I rose to leave General Lee, at this my first meeting with him, I opened my haversack and put a dozen lemons on the table. He said I had better give them to some of the sick and wounded in the hospitals, but I left them and bade him good bye. I had little expectation of ever seeing him again. I went to see Stuart, who was still in Hanover, and then went home to get my horse. I reached the army again on August 17, just in time to meet Stuart, who had come by rail from Richmond, leaving Fitz Lee to bring up the cavalry. By this time it was plain that McClellan was about to leave the peninsula, so that General Lee was concentrating on the Rapidan. Stuart had just had a conference with General Lee and had received his final instructions. He did not say what they were, but the coming event cast its shadow before. Stuart was to meet Fitz Lee at Verdiersville, and I went with him. I had no arms. I had lost my pistols when I was captured at Beaver Dam, but trusted to luck to get another pair. On the way to meet Fitz Lee, we passed Longstreet's camp. The soldiers knew instinctively that a movement was on foot. They were cooking their rations for a march and singing Annie Laurie. We reached the appointed rendezvous that night, but found a deserted village. There were no signs of the cavalry, and Stuart was greatly disappointed and worried, for the operation, which had been planned for the next morning, depended on the cavalry. I did not then suspect how much depended on meeting the cavalry and how much was lost by its absence. It was the crucial point of the campaign. A staff officer, Major Fitzhugh, went in search of Fitz Lee, and Stuart and I tied our horses and lay down to sleep on the porch of a house by the road. Before sunrise I was awakened by a young man, Gibson, who had just come with me unarmed from prison. He said that he had heard the tramp of cavalry down the plank road, that it was probably Fitz Lee, but it might be Yankee cavalry. Although we were near the Rapidan, we thought we were inside of Longstreet's picket line, but I did not want to be caught napping again. So I awoke Stuart and told him what we had heard, and that Gibson and I would ride down the road to see what was there. We soon saw a body of cavalry that had stopped at a house a few hundred yards away. A heavy fog made it impossible to distinguish friends from foes. But we were soon relieved of doubt. 2 cavalrymen saw us and rode forward. When they got in pistol range, they opened fire. That settled it. We knew they were not our friends. As Gibson and I had no arms, there was nothing for us to do but wheel and run, which we did, and used our spurs freely. The firing gave the alarm and saved Stuart. He mounted his horse, bareheaded, leaped the fence in the back yard, and got away. But he left his hat. Before Gibson and I got to the house where we had slept, a Prussian on Stuart's staff dashed through the front gate and went down the road ahead of us as fast as his horse could carry him. We never overtook him. After the war he published a lot of fables in which he described an encounter he had with the Yankees that morning as more wonderful than the feat of St. George and the Dragon. Our ambition was to escape. We ran as fast as we could, but the Prussian ran faster. That was all the distinction he won. Pope had advanced to the line of the Rapidan, with his army stretched across the Orange and Alexandria Railway, which was his line of supply. His forces were massed near the river. Lee, with Jackson and Longstreet, was in Orange County, a few miles in his front. Our cavalry picketed the south bank of the river. As late as the 17th, Pope did not know, and this was the evening before he retreated in such a hurry, that Lee had arrived with Longstreet. He thought Jackson was at Gordonsville, 20 miles south. Pope spoke of crossing the river and making a demonstration towards Richmond. He told Halleck, "Our position is strong and it will be very difficult to drive us from it." A worse position for an army could not have been selected for Pope by an enemy. He urged Halleck to let him cross the river and take the offensive, but the latter would not consent. General Lee never again had such an opportunity to destroy an army. It would have been easy, on that day, to pass around under cover of Clark's Mountain, that is on the south bank of the Rapidan, cross at the fords below, and strike Pope both in flank and rear at the same time. It was particularly so, as Pope had said he would look only to his front. The fact is, the railroad turns east at such an angle in Culpeper that, after crossing the river below Pope, Lee's army would have been nearer the Rappahannock Bridge than Pope's army was. His railroad communications with Washington would have been seized, and reinforcements from McClellan cut off. According to Pope's dispatches of that day to Halleck, there was no sign of a movement to cross the Rapidan. He was anxious to attack Jackson. By an accident, Pope was rudely awakened from his dream of security. John C. Ropes, the historian, wrote, "Hence, when we saw him, Pope, quickly occupying the line of the Rapidan, Lee at once saw his opportunity. He ordered Longstreet and Jackson to cross the river at Raccoon and Somerville fords, and to move on Culpeper Court House, while the cavalry of Stuart, crossing further to the east at Morton's Ford, was to make Rappahannock Station, destroying the bridge there and then turning to the left form the right of Longstreet's corps. Pope would have been attacked on the rear and flank and his communications severed in the bargain. Doubtless he would have made a strenuous fight, but he could hardly have escaped defeat, and defeat under such circumstances might well have been ruin." From this disaster, fortune saved Pope through the capture of Stuart's staff officer. Stuart had sent Major Fitzhugh to look for Fitz Lee, whose orders required him to be at Verdiersville the night of the 17th. The place is a few miles south of the Rapidan. Daybreak on the 18th was the day fixed for crossing the river, but Fitz Lee, as appears from Stuart's report, after leaving Hanover, instead of marching directly to the vicinity of Raccoon Ford, as he was ordered, changed his course and turned back to follow his wagons that had been sent by Louisa Court House for provisions. By this detour he was a day late in reaching his destination. The delay was fatal to General Lee's plan and saved Pope. General Lee would not make the movement without his cavalry, but Jackson wanted to go on without it. Major Fitzhugh, while looking for Fitz Lee, was captured on the night of the 17th by a body of cavalry that had been sent over the river on a scout. It was the same body that came so near getting us the next morning. They got Lee's letter to Stuart that disclosed his plan to cross on the morning of the 18th and flank Pope. This dispatch was sent in hot haste to headquarters and created a panic. General Pope, in his report, spoke of the capture of this letter as the cause of his hasty and unpremeditated retreat. He said the cavalry expedition he sent out captured the adjutant general of Stuart and was near capturing that officer himself. Among the papers taken from him was an autographed letter of General Lee to General Stuart, which made manifest the disposition and force of the enemy and their destination to overwhelm the army in my command before it could be reinforced by any portion of the Army of the Potomac. But Fitz Lee was not alone responsible for General Lee's failure to envelop Pope. General Longstreet said that, as the cavalry had not come up on the 17th, he ordered 2 regiments of Toombs' brigade to be sent to guard the Rapidan fords. Toombs had ridden from his headquarters to have dinner with a farmer. When the order came, his next in rank ordered the detail to be sent. When Toombs learned what had been done without asking him, he ordered the regiment back to their camp. So the fords were unguarded, and Pope's cavalry crossed without giving any alarm, captured Stuart's staff officer with General Lee's order, and saved Pope's army. Longstreet put Toombs under arrest, but Fitz Lee was not relieved of his command. In the midst of the Battle of Manassas, a few days later, Toombs rode up to Longstreet and begged to lead his brigade. Longstreet relented, and Toombs led his men into battle. So it seemed that General Pope was saved by a comedy of errors. General Lee had to wait for his cavalry to come up, but when they came the opportunity was gone. If Toombs had not withdrawn the picket from the Rapidan, the Union cavalry could not have crossed. If Fitz Lee had disobeyed orders, even if the cavalry had crossed, they would have been caught. By this combination of errors, Pope got warning and lost no time in getting away. I rode with Stuart to the signal station on Clark's Mountain, where we could see Pope's army retreating and his train scudding back to the Rappahannock. General George Gordon, who was with Pope, said, "Without delay the retreat began, by rail and along the roadways, in cars and in baggage wagons, from Mitchell's Station and Culpeper Court House. Vast stores of subsistence, forage, and ammunition streamed out for the left bank of the Rappahannock. The Confederates were disappointed. Many of them scolded bitterly. Rarely had a better opportunity offered for the destruction of an army." Dabney, Jackson's staff officer and biographer, in an account of the campaign written when it was fresh in memory, said that the plan of the commander-in-chief was for the movement to begin at dawn on the 18th, but was defeated by dilatory subordinates, and that he overruled the eagerness of Jackson and postponed it until the 20th. It was then, he wrote, most fortunate that Jackson was not in command. A few days afterwards Stuart went on a raid around Pope. As he galloped by me, he said, "I'm going after my hat." Sure enough, he captured Pope's headquarters wagons, with the hat and plume and full-dress uniform, besides his money chest. Stuart was now at least even with Pope. Dranesville, September 5, 1862. My dearest Pauline, our arms have been crowned with a glorious victory, Second Battle of Manassas and Chantilly. Our army is now marching on towards Leesburg, and we all suppose it will cross into Maryland. I have escaped unhurt, though I got my horse slightly shot in the shoulder and had a bullet through the top of my hat, which slightly grazed my head. I have a very good Yankee horse, also 2 fine saddles and 2 pistols I captured. With 1 man I captured 7 cavalry and 2 infantry. Colonel Mosby accompanied Stuart on the fall campaign, which culminated in the Battle of Antietam. Of this campaign Mosby noted 2 incidents as follows. I rode just behind Jackson when he marched at the head of his columns through Frederick City, Maryland, in September 1862, with his band playing "My Maryland." But I never heard the story of Barbara Frietchie shaking the stars and stripes in his face until I read Whittier's poem. I am sorry this story is a myth, for, as the poet tells it, the respect which the Confederates showed her was a great contrast with the treatment an order of a certain general required to be shown to a woman who by word, sign, or gesture should be disrespectful to the U.S. soldier or flag. I only once saw Stonewall Jackson in battle. At Antietam I rode with Stuart by some batteries where Jackson was directing their fire on the flank of a column that was advancing against him, and I stopped a minute to look at the great soldier, who was by then transfigured with the joy of battle. In a quiet way he was giving orders. McClellan had sent 3 corps in succession against him, Hooker's, Mansfield's, and Sumner's, and each in turn was repulsed. While I was near him, the last onset was made, but Jackson held the same ground at sunset that he held in the morning. I rode on and overtook Stuart, but the killed and wounded were strewn on the ground like leaves of the forest which autumn hath blown, and I had to be careful not to ride over them. Whole ranks seemed to have been struck down by a volley. Although hundreds were lying all around me, my attention was in some way attracted to a wounded officer who was lying in an uncomfortable position and seemed to be suffering great agony. I dismounted, fixed him more comfortably, and rolled up a blanket on which he rested his head, and then got a canteen of water for him from the body of a dead soldier lying near him. As I passed a wounded soldier, I held the canteen toward him so that he could drink. He said, "No, take it to my colonel. He is the best man in the world." This was a speech worthy of Sidney, the model of chivalry. End of chapter. Chapter 10 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 10. First Exploits as a Partisan. Near Culpeper, November 24, 1862. My dearest Pauline, I have been on another big scout since I wrote. General Stuart sent me with 9 men down to reconnoiter in the vicinity of Manassas. There was a Yankee regiment there. We came upon 10. We charged them with a yell. The Yankees ran and stampeded their whole regiment, thinking all of Stuart's cavalry were on them. Jackson is in the valley. I will join Stuart in a day or so. I stayed behind on a scout and have just returned. Tuesday, December 2, 1862. My dearest Pauline, I am now with the 1st Regiment near Spotsylvania Court House, but it is uncertain how long we will be here. Jackson has arrived. I reckon you saw the account in the Richmond papers of my scout and stampede of the Yankees near Manassas. Several of my old company have been shot lately. December 9. My dearest Pauline, enclosed I send a copy of my report to General Stuart of my scout down to Manassas when with 9 men I stampeded 2,000 or 3,000 Yankees. I see the Richmond papers give Colonel Rosser, 5th Virginia Cavalry, the credit of it. He had nothing to do with it, and was not in 25 miles of there. General Lee sent me a message expressing his gratification at my success. I believe I have already written of my trip around McClellan at Catlett's Station, when I saw him leave his army at the time he was superseded by Burnside. The courier by whom I sent the dispatch to General Stuart announcing it passed 5 Yankee cavalry in the road. Not dreaming there was a rebel army in their rear, they passed on by him, merely saying, "Good morning." We did not go in disguise, as spies, but in Confederate uniform and with our arms. Had a slip from a Northern paper, which I lost, giving an account of a squad of rebel cavalry having been seen that day in their rear. Aaron thinks himself quite a hero, though he does not want to come again in such disagreeable proximity to a bombshell. I want you to send me some books to read. Send Plutarch, Macaulay's History and Essays, Encyclopedia of Anecdotes, Scott's Works, Shakespeare, Byron, Scott's Poems, Hazlitt's Life of Napoleon. If you can get me a copy of my novel, send it. Also, Memoirs of an Irish Gentleman for Fount Beatty, Corinne, and Sketchbook. The situation is now changed. McClellan and Pope have been driven from Virginia, and Burnside has met a bloody repulse at Fredericksburg. The 2 hostile armies are in winter quarters on the Rappahannock, and the pickets on opposite banks have declared a truce and are swapping coffee and tobacco. Occasionally a band on the northern bank plays a favorite Southern air, and soon, in response, the strain of the Star-Spangled Banner comes from our side. The cavalry is not used for picketing, and has been sent to the rear to be more convenient to forage. To relieve the monotony, Stuart resolved to take his cavalry on a Christmas raid to Dumfries on Burnside's line of communication with Washington. A good many wagons with supplies were captured, and we chased a cavalry regiment through their own camp and got all their good things. There is a dispatch in the History of the Telegraph and the War from an operator in Fairfax which says, "The 17th Pennsylvania Cavalry just passed here, furiously charging to the rear." When he returned, Stuart let me stay behind a few days with 6 men to operate on the enemy's outposts. He was so satisfied with our success that he let me have 15 men to return and begin my partisan life in Northern Virginia, which closed with the war. That was the origin of my battalion. On January 24, 1863, we crossed the Rappahannock and immediately began operations in a country which Joe Johnston had abandoned a year before. It looked as though I was leading a forlorn hope, but I was never discouraged. Footnote: A Confederate newspaper described the Mosby of this time as follows: His figure is slight, muscular, supple, and vigorous. His eye is keen, penetrating, and ever on the alert. Another description of his appearance during the war: He was thin, wiry, and I should say about 5 feet 9 or 10 inches in height. A slight stoop in the back was not ungraceful. His chin was carried well forward, his lips were thin, and wore a somewhat satirical smile. The eyes, under the brown felt hat, were keen, sparkling, and roved curiously from side to side. He wore a gray uniform, with no arms but 2 revolvers. The sabre was no favorite with him. His voice was low, and a smile was often on his lips. He rarely sat still 10 minutes. Such was his appearance at that time. No one would have been struck with anything noticeable in him, except his eyes. These flashed at times, in a way which might have induced the opinion that there was something in the man, if it only had an opportunity to come out. The face of this person is tanned, beardless, youthful-looking, and pleasant. He has white, regular teeth, which his habitual smile reveals. His piercing eyes flash out from beneath his brown hat with its golden cord, and he reins his horse with the ease of a practised rider. A plain soldier, low and slight of stature, ready to talk, to laugh, to ride, to oblige you in any way. Such was Mosby in outward appearance. Nature had given no sign but the restless, roving, flashing eyes that there was much worth considering beneath. The commonplace exterior of the partisan concealed one of the most active, daring, restless minds of an epoch fruitful in such. His activity of mind and body, call it, if you choose, restless, eternal love of movement, was something wonderful. In general, my purpose was to threaten and harass the enemy on the border, and in this way compel him to withdraw troops from his front to guard the line of the Potomac and Washington. This would greatly diminish his offensive power. General Joe Hooker said before a committee of Congress that we created so much anxiety that the planks on the bridge across the Potomac were taken up every night to prevent us from carrying off the government. Recruits came to us from inside the enemy's lines, and they brought valuable information. Then, I had picketed for some time in Fairfax the year before, and had acquired considerable local knowledge. The troops attached to the defense of Washington, south of the Potomac, were distributed in winter quarters through Fairfax County and extended in an arc of a circle from the upper to the lower Potomac. The headquarters of General Stoughton, who commanded them, were at the court house. In a day or so after I arrived in Loudon, we began operations on the outposts of Fairfax. The weak points were generally selected for attack. Up to that time the pickets had passed a quiet life in their camps or dozing on the picket posts, but now they were kept under arms and awake all night by a foe who generally assailed them where he was least expected. At first they accounted for our attacks on the theory that the farmers and cripples they saw in the daytime plowing their fields and taking care of their flocks collected in bands at night, raided their camps, and dispersed at daybreak. But when they went around at night searching the homes for these invisible foes, they generally found the old farmers in bed, and when they returned to camp they often found that we had paid them a visit in their absence. The farmers could prove an alibi. An English officer, Colonel Percy Wyndham, a soldier of fortune who had been with Garibaldi in Italy, commanded the cavalry brigade and had charge of the outposts. He was familiar with the old rules of the schools, but he soon learned that they were out of date, and his experience in war had not taught him how to counteract the forays and surprises that kept his men in the saddle all the time. The loss of sleep is irritating to anybody, and, in his vexation at being struck by and striking at an invisible foe, he sent me a message calling me a horse thief. I did not deny it, but retorted that all the horses I had stolen had riders, and that the riders had sabres, carbines, and pistols. There was a new regiment in his brigade that was armed only with sabres and obsolete carbines. When we attacked them with revolvers, they were really defenseless. So I sent him word through a citizen that the men of that regiment were not worth capturing, and he must give them 6-shooters. We used neither carbines nor sabres, but all the men carried a pair of Colt pistols. We did not pay for them, but the U.S. government did. Fauquier County, Virginia. This is a letter to Mrs. Mosby. February 4, 1863. I have been in this neighborhood over a week, have had a gay time with the Yankees, have captured 28 Yankee cavalry, 29 horses. I have 15 men with me. Fount Beatty was captured by the Yankees. His horse fell with him. There were over 200 Yankees. The Yankees set what they thought was a sure trap to catch me a few nights ago. I went into it and brought the whole of them off, killed and captured 12. During the first days as a partisan, there were more comic than tragic elements in the drama of war. About that time occurred an episode that would have furnished Goldsmith with all the elements of a comedy. It was a dark night with a deep snow on the ground, but the weather was warm and the snow soft. I received information that there was a pretty strong outpost on a certain road in Fairfax, and I was determined to capture it. Of course, the fine horses were a great attraction. Several citizens had joined my command and acted as guides. Near the post lived a man named Ben Hatton, who traded in the camps and was pretty familiar with them. So around midnight we stopped at his house about a mile from the picket post, and he told us that he had been there that evening, I suppose to get coffee and sugar. Ben was impressed as a guide to conduct us to the rear of the enemy. When we reached that point, I determined to dismount, leave our horses, and attack on foot. Ben had fully discharged his duty, and as he was a non-combatant, I did not want to expose him to unnecessary danger. The blazing fire by which the Yankees were sleeping and dreaming was sufficient for us. So the horses were tied to the trees, and 2 of my men, Jimmy, an Irishman, and another we called Coonskin, from the cap he wore, stayed with Ben as a guard over the horses. Walking on the soft snow, we made no noise and were soon upon the picket post. The surprise was complete, and they had no time to prepare for resistance. We were soon ready to start back with our prisoners and their horses, when a fire opened in our rear, where we had left the guard and horses. The best scheme seemed to be to mount the Yankee horses, dash back and recapture our own. Some of the men were left to bring the prisoners on foot. A considerable fusillade had been going on where the guard had been left, but it ceased suddenly when we got near the place. To our surprise, we found the horses all standing hitched to the trees, and Ben Hatton, lying in a snowbank, shot through the thigh. But neither Coonskin nor Jimmy was there. Ben told us that the Yankees had come up and attacked them. That was all he knew, except that they had shot him. He did not know whether the Yankees had carried off Jimmy and Coonskin, or whether they had carried off the Yankees, nor could he explain why the horses were there. That was a mystery nobody could solve. We mounted, Ben was lifted on a horse behind one of the men, and we started off with all the horses and prisoners. By that time the Yankees from the camp had been attracted by the firing. They came up and opened fire at us at long range, but let us leave without venturing to come near. Ben was bleeding profusely, but it was only a flesh wound. We left him at home curled up in bed, with his wife to nurse him. He was too near the enemy's lines for me to give him surgical assistance, and he was afraid to ask any from the camps. The wound would have betrayed him to the Yankees had they known about it, and Ben would have been hung as a spy. He was certainly innocent, for he had no desire to serve anyone but himself. His wound healed, but the only reward he got was the glory of shedding his blood for his country. As soon as it was daylight, a strong body of cavalry was sent up the turnpike to catch us. They might as well have been chasing a herd of antelope. We had several hours' start of them, and they returned to camp in the evening, leading a lot of broken-down horses. The pursuit had done them more harm than our attack. We brought off Coonskin's and Jimmy's horses, but we couldn't invent a theory to solve the mystery. 2 days afterwards, Coonskin and Jimmy reappeared. They had trudged 25 miles through the snow, arriving within a few hours of each other, but from opposite directions, and each thought he was the only survivor. Neither knew that Ben Hatton had been shot, and each said that he had fought until they saw a body of Yankees riding down upon them. Then they ran off and left the horses in the belief that we were all prisoners. By a comparison of their statements, I found out that the facts were about as follows. To keep themselves warm, the 3 had walked around among the trees and got separated.
Coonskin saw Ben and Jimmie moving in the shadows, and took them for Yankees. He opened on them and drew blood at the first fire. Ben yelled and fell. Jimmie took it for granted that Coonskin was a Yankee and returned his fire. So they were firing at each other and dodging among the trees when they saw us coming up at a gallop. As we had left them on foot, they could not understand how we could come back on horseback. So after wounding Ben Hatton and shooting at each other, they had run away from us. A few days after this adventure, fate compelled me to act a part in a comedy which appeared to be heroic, but for which I was really entitled to as little credit as Ben Hatton was for getting shot. From our rendezvous along the base of the Blue Ridge, we continued to make night attacks on the outposts near Washington. So it was determined in Washington to put a stop to what was called our depredations, and an expedition was sent against us into Loudoun. Middleburg, a village, was supposed to be our headquarters, and it was thought that by surrounding it at night the marauders would be caught. The complaints against us did not recognize the fact that there are two parties of equal rights in a war. The error men make is in judging conduct in war by the standards of peace. I confess my theory of war was severely practical, one not acquired by reading the Waverley novels, but we observed the ethics of the code of war. Strategy is only another name for deception, and can be practiced by any commander. The enemy complained that we did not fight fair. The same complaint was made by the Austrians against Napoleon. A Major Gilmer was sent with 200 men in expectation of extirpating my gang, as they called us. He might have done more if he had taken less whiskey along. But the weather was cold. Before daybreak he had invested the town and made his headquarters in the hotel where he had learned that I slept. I had never been in the village, except to pass through. The orders were to arrest every man that could be found, and when his searching parties reported to him, they had a lot of old men whom they had pulled out of bed. Gilmer pretended to think those were the parties that had captured his pickets and patrols and stampeded his camps. If so, when he saw the old cripples on crutches, he ought to have been ashamed. He made free use of his bottle and ordered a soldier to drill the old men and make them mark time just to keep warm. As he had made a night march of 25 miles, he concluded to carry the prisoners to his camp as prizes of war. So each graybeard had to ride double with a trooper. There were also a number of colored women whom he invited, or who asked, to go with him. They had children, but the major was a good-natured man, so each woman was mounted behind a trooper, and the trooper took her baby in his arms. With such encumbrances, sabres and pistols would be of little use if an attack was made. When they started, the column looked more like a procession of Canterbury pilgrims than cavalry. News came to me that the enemy were at Middleburg, so with 17 men I started that way, hoping to catch some stragglers. But when we got to the village, we heard that they had gone, and we entered at a gallop. Women and children came out to greet us. The men had all been carried off as prisoners. The tears and lamentations of the scene aroused all our sentiments of chivalry, and we went in pursuit. With 5 or 6 men I rode in advance at a gallop, and directed the others to follow more slowly. I had expected that Major Gilmer might halt at Aldie, a village about 5 miles ahead, but when we got there a citizen told us that he had passed on through. Just as we were ascending to the top of a hill on the outskirts of the village, 2 cavalrymen suddenly met us. We captured them and sent them to the rear, supposing they were vedettes of Gilmer's command. Orders were sent to the men behind to hurry up. Just then I saw 2 cavalrymen in blue on the pike. No others were visible, so with my squad I started at a gallop to capture them. But when we got halfway down the hill we discovered a considerable body. It turned out to be a squadron of cavalry that had dismounted. Their horses were hitched to a fence and they were feeding at a mill. I tried to stop, but my horse was hind-mettled and ran at full speed, entirely beyond my control. But the cavalry at the mill was taken absolutely by surprise by the eruption. Their vedettes had not fired, and they were as much shocked as if we had dropped from the sky. They never waited to see how many of us there were. A panic seized them. Without stopping to bridle their horses or to fight on foot, they scattered in all directions. Some hid in the mill, others ran to Bull Run Mountain near by. Just as we got to the mill, I saw another body of cavalry ahead of me on the pike, gazing in bewildered astonishment at the sight. To save myself, I jumped off my horse, and my men stopped, but fortunately the mounted party in front of me saw those I had left behind coming to my relief, so they wheeled and started full speed down the pike. We then went back to the mill and went to work. Many had hidden like rats, and as the mill was running, they came near being ground up. The first man that was pulled out was covered with flour. We thought he was the miller. I still believe that the force was Major Gilmer's rear guard. All the prisoners were sent back, and with one man I rode down the pike to look for my horse. But I never got him. He chased the Yankees 25 miles to their camp. I have said that in this affair I got the reputation of a hero. Really, I never claimed it, but gave my horse all the credit for the stampede. Now comes the funniest part of the story. Major Gilmer had left camp about midnight. The next morning, a squadron of the 1st Vermont Cavalry, which was in camp a few miles away from him, was sent up the pike on Gilmer's track. Major Gilmer did not know they were coming. When he got a mile below Aldie, he saw in front a body of cavalry coming to meet him. He thought they were my men who had cut him off from his camp. He happened to be at the point where the historic Braddock Road, along which young George Washington marched to the Monongahela, crossed the turnpike. As Major Gilmer was in search of us, it is hard to see why he was seized with a panic when he thought he saw us. He made no effort to find out whether the force in front was friend or foe, but wheeled and turned off at full speed from the pike. He seemed to think the chances were all against him. There had been a snow and a thaw, and his horses sank to their knees in mud at every jump. But the panic grew the farther he went, and he soon saw that he had to leave some of his horses sticking in the road. He concluded now that he would do like the mariner in a storm, jettison his cargo. So the old men were dropped first, next the negro women, and the troopers were told to leave the babies in the arms of their mothers. The Braddock Road had seen one such wreck and retreat 100 years before. I had not gone far before I met the old men coming back, and they told me of their ludicrous adventure and thanked me for their rescue. They did not know that the Vermont cavalry was entitled to all the glory for getting up the stampede, and that they owed me nothing. In the hurry to find my horse, I had asked the prisoners no questions, and thought that we had caught a rearguard. Among the prisoners were 2 captains. One was exchanged in time to be at Gettysburg, where he was killed. Major Gilmer was tried for cowardice and drunkenness and was dismissed from the army. Colonel Johnston, who put him under arrest when he got back, said in his report, "The horses returned exhausted from being run at full speed for miles." They were running from the Vermont cavalry. Among the accessions to my command was a young man named John Underwood, whom I found in the Fairfax forests. I was largely indebted to his skill and intelligence for whatever success I had in the beginning of my partisan life. He was killed a few months afterward, and I never found his like again, for he was equally at home threading his way through the pines or leading a charge. Why he had stayed at home and let me discover him is a mystery to me. Soon after the affair in which Ben Hatton became an involuntary hero, Underwood reported another outpost in Fairfax which was in an exposed position. I could hardly believe it. The Yankees seemed to have learned nothing by experience. It looked much as though they had been put there just to be caught, or as a snare to catch me, so I resolved to give them another lesson in the art of war. We had a suspicion that it was a trap set for us and that there was danger, but war is not an exact science, and it is necessary to take some chances. I determined to try my luck in the daytime. They would not be expecting us, as all our attacks had been at night. Underwood led us by paths through the woods to their rear, until we arrived at a road leading from their camp to the picket. A vidette was there, but he was caught before he could fire and give the alarm. It was then plain that the surprise we had planned would be complete. A few hundred yards away the boys in blue were lounging around an old sawmill, with their horses tied to a fence. It was past 12 o'clock, there was bright sunlight, and there was snow on the ground. They were Vermont cavalry, and they had no suspicion that an enemy was near. It was just the hour for their relief to come, and as we came from the direction of their camp, they thought, when they saw us, that we were friends. When we got within 100 yards of them, an order to charge was given. They were panic-stricken. They had no time to untie their horses and mount, and took refuge in the loft of the mill. I was afraid that if they had time to recover from their shock, they would try to hold the mill against us with their carbines until reinforcements came. There was a pile of dry timber and shavings on the floor, and the men were ordered, in a loud voice, to set the mill on fire. When we reached the head of the stairs, the Yankees surrendered. They were defenseless against the fire, and it was not their ambition to be cremated alive. Not a shot was fired. After all were mounted, we saw 4 finely equipped horses tied in front of a nearby house. My men at once rushed to find the riders. They found a table spread with lunch. One of the men ran upstairs where it was pitch dark. He called, but got no answer. As a pistol shot could do no harm, he fired into the darkness. The flash of the pistol in his face caused one of the Yankees to move, and he descended through the ceiling. He had stepped on the lathing and caved it in. After he was brushed off, we saw that he was a major. The 3 other officers who were with him came out of their holes and surrendered. My men appropriated the lunch by right of war. Just as the Yankee relief appeared, John Underwood was sent off with the prisoners. We kept a rearguard behind, but no attack was made on it, although one was threatened. Major Taggart, in his report of the affair, censured the officer in command, as he had a larger force than ours and made no attempt either to capture us or to recapture the prisoners. Major Wells, the major we captured, was exchanged in time to be at Gettysburg, where he was promoted to be a brigadier general. There was more than one ludicrous affair that day. A man named Janney lived at the place and was permitted to conduct a store since he was inside the picket lines. He had just brought a barrel of molasses from Washington to retail to his neighbors, and he was in the act of filling a jug for a customer when he heard the yell of my men as they rushed at the picket post. As the place was occupied by the Unionists, he could not have been more surprised if a comet had struck it. Janney did not aspire to be a hero, so he ran away as fast as his heels could carry him, and if possible, the molasses ran even faster. When he ventured to return to the store, he found the molasses spread all over the floor and not a drop in the barrel. After we were a safe distance away, the privates were paroled and allowed to go home, and the officers gave their paroles to report to Fitz Lee and Culpeper. Jake, a Hungarian, was sent with them as an escort. Now Jake had served under Kossuth and did not put much trust in paroles. They spent the night with a farmer, and when the officers went to bed, Jake volunteered to take their boots to the kitchen to be shined. As long as he had their boots, Jake had no fear of their going off in the snow. When he got back, Jake told me with a chuckle of the trick he had played on the Yankees. War is not always grim-visaged, and incidents occur which provoke laughter in the midst of danger. In the Shenandoah Valley, a Yankee cavalry regiment went into camp one evening. One of the men rode off to a house to get something to eat, and called a colored woman to the door. He wanted to feel safe, so he asked if anybody was there. "Nobody but Mosby," she replied. "Is Mosby here?" he asked. "Yes," she said. He dashed off to the camp and reported that Mosby was in a house near by. Orders were given to saddle and mount quickly, and they marched to the house and surrounded it. The colonel entered and asked the woman if Mosby was there. "Yes," she answered. "Where is he?" demanded the colonel. "There he is," she said, pointing to a negro baby in the cradle. One night I was with one man near the enemy's camps in Fairfax. We were passing a house, when I heard a dog bark and somebody call, "Come here, Mosby." So I turned, rode up to the house, and asked the man if he had called me. "No," he said, "I was calling Mosby. I wanted him to stop barking."
So I have had the distinction of having had negro babies and dogs named after me. End of chapter.
Chapter 11 of Mosby's Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mosby's Memoirs by Colonel John Singleton Mosby. Chapter 11. The Raid on Fairfax. When we captured prisoners, it was my custom to examine them apart, and in this way, together with information gained from citizens, I obtained a pretty accurate knowledge of conditions in the enemy's camps. After a few weeks of partisan life, I meditated a more daring enterprise than any I had attempted, and fortunately received aid from an unexpected quarter. A deserter from the 5th New York Cavalry, named Ames, came to me. He was a sergeant in his regiment, and came in his full uniform. I never cared to inquire what his grievance was. The account he gave me of the distribution of troops and the gaps in the picket lines coincided with what I knew, and tended to prepossess me in his favor. But my men were suspicious of his good faith and rather thought that he had been sent to decoy me with a plausible story. At first I did not give him my full confidence, but accepted him on probation. Ames stood all tests, and until he was killed, I never had a more faithful follower. Ames had come out from his camp on foot and proposed to me that he would go back into his camp and return on horseback, if I would accept him. A recruit, Walter Franklin, had just come to me, but he was not mounted. With my approval, he agreed to go with Ames to get a horse. They trudged on foot through the snow, 25 miles, entered the camp of the 5th New York Cavalry at night, unchallenged, and rode out on fine horses. At the same time, with a number of men, I started on a raid in another direction, and had rather a ludicrous adventure. We met an old country doctor, Dr. Drake, in a desolate condition, walking home through mud and snow. He told us he had been going the rounds, visiting his patients, when he had met a body of cavalry that was not far ahead of us. They had robbed him of his horse, saddlebags, and medicine. As the blockade had made medicine scarce, this was a severe loss to the community. We spurred on to overtake the raiders and intercepted a party that had stopped at a house. They exceeded us in numbers, but they were more intent on saving themselves and their plunder than on fighting. They scampered away, with us close behind them. Soon they got to Horsepen Run, which was booming from the melting snows, and the foremost man plunged into the stream. He got a good ducking, and was glad to get back a prisoner. His companions did not try to swim after him, but preferred to surrender. They were loaded with silver spoons and valuables they had taken, but the chief prize was old Dr. Drake's saddlebags, which they had not opened. The silver was returned to the owners, and the prisoners were sent to Richmond. When we got back to Middleburg, we found Ames and Franklin with their fine horses. I now determined to give Ames one more trial, and so took him with me on a raid to Fairfax. But he went as a combatant without arms. I had found out that there was a picket post at a certain crossroads and went to attack it in a rain on a dark night, when there was snow on the ground. As only a raccoon could be supposed to travel on such a night, I knew the pickets would feel safe and would be sound asleep, so that a single shot would create a panic. We stopped to inquire of a farmer the location of the post. He had been there during the day, and said that there were 100 men who slept in a schoolhouse. He asked me how many men I had, and I replied, 17, but they will think there are 100. They could not count in the dark. We made no attempt to flank the picket to prevent his giving the alarm, but we went straight down the road. One of the men, Joe Nelson, was sent ahead to catch the vidette. When the vidette saw Joe, he fired at him and started at full speed to the reserve, but we were on his heels and got there almost as soon as he did. The yells of my men resounded through the pines, and the Yankees all fled and left their horses hitched to the trees. As it was very dark, we could not catch many of the men, but we got all their horses. My attention was attracted to Ames, who struck a man with a carbine he got from him, I don't remember why. We were soon back on the pike and trotting towards the Blue Ridge with the prisoners and horses. When it was daylight, Wyndham mounted his squadrons and started full speed after us. After going 20 miles, he returned to camp with half of his men leading broken-down horses. Wyndham was soon afterwards relieved, but not before we had raided his headquarters and carried off his staff, his horses, and his uniform. I now determined to execute my scheme to capture both General Stoughton and Wyndham at their headquarters. Ames, about whose fidelity there was no longer any question, knew where their headquarters were, and the place was familiar to me as I had been in camp there. I also knew, both from Ames and the prisoners, where the gaps in the lines were at night. The safety of the enterprise lay in its novelty. Nothing of the kind had been done before. On the evening of March 8, 1863, in obedience to orders, 29 men met me at Dover, in Loudoun County. None knew my objective point, but I told Ames after we started. I remember that I got dinner that day with Colonel Chancellor, who lived near Dover. Just as I was about to mount my horse, as I was leaving, I said to him, "I shall mount the Stars tonight, or sink lower than plummet ever sounded." I did not rise as high as the Stars, but I did not sink. I then had no reputation to lose, even if I failed, and I remembered the motto, "Adventures to the adventurous." The weather conditions favored my success. There was a melting snow on the ground, a mist, and about dark, a drizzling rain. Our starting point was about 25 miles from Fairfax Court House. It was pitch dark when we got near the cavalry pickets at Chantilly, 5 or 6 miles from the court house. At Centreville, 3 miles away on the Warrenton Pike and 7 miles from the court house, were several thousand troops. Our problem was to pass between them and Wyndham's cavalry without giving the alarm. Ames knew where there was a break in the picket lines between Chantilly and Centreville, and he led us through this without a vidette seeing us. After passing the outpost, the chief point in the game was won. I think no man with me except Ames realized that we were inside the enemy's lines. But the enemy felt secure and was as ignorant as my men. The plan had been to reach the court house by midnight so as to get out of the lines before daybreak, but the column got broken in the dark, and the two parts traveled around in a circle for an hour looking for each other. After we closed up, we started off and struck the pike between Centreville and the court house. But we turned off into the woods when we got within 2 or 3 miles of the village, as Wyndham's cavalry camps were on the pike. We entered the village from the direction of the railroad station. There were a few sentinels about the town, but it was so dark that they could not distinguish us from their own people. Squads were detailed to go around to the officers' quarters and to the stables for the horses. The courthouse yard was the rendezvous where all were to report. As our great desire was to capture Wyndham, Ames was sent with a party to the house in which he knew Wyndham had his quarters. But fortune was in Wyndham's favor that time, for that evening he had gone to Washington by train. But Ames got his 2 staff officers, his horses, and his uniform. One of the officers, Captain Barker, had been Ames's captain. Ames brought him to me and seemed to take great pride in introducing him to me as his former captain. When the squads were starting around to gather prisoners and horses, Joe Nelson brought me a soldier who said he was a guard at General Stoughton's headquarters. Joe had also pulled the telegraph operator out of his tent. The wires had been cut. With 5 or 6 men I rode to the house, now the Episcopal Rectory, where the commanding general was. We dismounted and knocked loudly at the door. Soon a window above was opened, and someone asked who was there. I answered, "5th New York Cavalry, with a dispatch for General Stoughton." The door was opened, and a staff officer, Lieutenant Prentice, was before me. I took hold of his nightshirt, whispered my name in his ear, and told him to take me to General Stoughton's room. Resistance was useless, and he obeyed. A light was quickly struck, and on the bed we saw the general sleeping as soundly as the Turk when Marco Bozzaris waked him up. There was no time for ceremony, so I drew up the bedclothes, pulled up the general's shirt, and gave him a spank on his bare back, and told him to get up. As his staff officer was standing by me, Stoughton did not realize the situation, and thought that somebody was taking a rude familiarity with him. He asked in an indignant tone what all this meant. I told him that he was a prisoner and that he must get up quickly and dress. I then asked him if he had ever heard of Mosby, and he said he had. "I am Mosby," I said. "Stuart's cavalry has possession of the court house. Be quick and dress." He then asked whether Fitz Lee was there. I said he was, and he asked me to take him to Fitz Lee. They had been together at West Point. 2 days afterwards I did deliver him to Fitz Lee at Culpeper Court House. My motive in trying to deceive Stoughton was to deprive him of all hope of escape and to induce him to dress quickly. We were in a critical situation, surrounded by the camps of several thousand troops, with several hundred in the town. If there had been any concert between them, they could easily have driven us out, but not a shot was fired, although we stayed there over an hour. As soon as it was known that we were there, each man hid and took care of himself. Stoughton had the reputation of being a brave soldier, but a fop. He dressed before a looking-glass as carefully as Sardanapalus did when he went into battle. He forgot his watch and left it on the bureau, but one of my men, Frank Williams, took it and gave it to him. 2 men had been left to guard our horses when we went into the house. There were several tents for couriers in the yard, and Stoughton's horses and couriers were ready to go with us when we came out with the general and his staff. When we reached the rendezvous at the courtyard, I found all the squads waiting for us with their prisoners and horses. There were 3 times as many prisoners as my men, and each was mounted and leading a horse. To deceive the enemy and baffle pursuit, the cavalcade started off in one direction and, soon after it got out of town, turned in another. We flanked the cavalry camps, and were soon on the pike between them and Centreville. As there were several thousand troops in that town, it was not thought possible that we would go that way to get out of the lines, so the cavalry, when it started in pursuit, went in an opposite direction. Lieutenant Prentice and a good many prisoners who started with us escaped in the dark, and we lost a great many of the horses. A ludicrous incident occurred when we were leaving Fairfax. A window was raised, and a voice inquired, in an authoritative tone, what that cavalry was doing in the street. He was answered by a loud laugh from my men, which was notice to him that we were not his friends. I ordered several men to dismount and capture him. They burst through the front door, but the man's wife met them in the hall and held her ground like a lioness to give her husband time to escape. He was Colonel Johnston, who was in command of the cavalry brigade during Wyndham's absence. He got out through the back door in his night clothes and barefooted, and hid in the garden. He spent some time there, as he did not know when we left, and his wife could not find him. Our safety depended on our getting out of the Union lines before daybreak. We struck the pike about 4 miles from Centreville. The danger I then apprehended was pursuit by the cavalry, which was in camp behind us. When we got near the pike, I halted the column to close up. Some of my men were riding in the rear, and some on the flanks to prevent the prisoners from escaping. I left a sergeant, Hunter, in command, and rode forward to reconnoitre. As no enemy was in front, I called to Hunter to come on and directed him to go forward at a trot and to hold Stoughton's bridle reins under all circumstances. Stoughton no doubt appreciated my interest in him. With Joe Nelson I remained some distance behind. We stopped frequently to listen for the hoofbeats of cavalry in pursuit, but no sounds could be heard save the hooting of owls. My heart beat higher with hope every minute. It was the crisis of my fortunes. Soon the campfires on the heights around Centreville were in sight. My plan was to flank the position and pass between that place and the camps at Chantilly. But we soon saw that Hunter had halted, and I galloped forward to find out the cause. I saw a fire on the side of the road about 100 yards ahead of us, evidently a picket post. So I rode forward to reconnoitre, but nobody was by the fire, and the picket was gone. We were now half a mile from Centreville, and the dawn was just breaking. It had been the practice to place a picket on our road every evening and withdraw it early in the morning. The officer in charge concluded that, as it was near daylight, there was no danger in the air, and he had returned to camp and left the fire burning. That was the very thing I wanted him to do. I called Hunter to come on, and we passed the picket fire and then turned off to go around the forts at Centreville. I rode some distance ahead of the column. The camps were quiet. There was no sign of alarm. The telegraph wires had been cut, and no news had come about our exploit at the court house. We could see the cannon bristling through the redoubts and hear the sentinel on the parapet call to us to halt. But no attention was paid to him, and he did not fire to give the alarm. No doubt he thought that we were a body of their own cavalry going out on a scout. But soon there was a shot behind me, and turning around I saw Captain Barker dashing towards a redoubt, and Jake the Hungarian close behind him and about to give him another shot, when Barker's horse stumbled and fell on him in a ditch. We soon got them out and moved on. All this happened in sight of the sentinels and in gunshot of their camps. After we had passed the forts and reached Cub Run, a new danger was before us. The stream was swift and booming from the melting snow, and our choice was to swim or to turn back. In full view behind us were the white tents of the enemy and the forts, and we were within cannon range. Without halting a moment, I plunged into the stream, and my horse swam to the other bank. Stoughton followed and was next to me. As he came up the bank, shivering from his cold morning bath, he said, "Captain, this is the first rough treatment I have to complain of." Fortunately, not a man or a horse was lost. When all were over, I knew there was no danger behind us, and we were as safe as Tam O'Shanter thought he would be if he crossed the bridge of Doon ahead of the Witches. I now left Hunter in charge of the column, and with one of my men, George Slater, galloped on to see what was ahead of us. I thought a force might have been sent to intercept us on the pike we had left that runs through Centreville. I did not know that Colonel Johnston with his cavalry had gone in the opposite direction. We crossed Bull Run at Sudley Ford and were soon on the historic battlefield. From the heights of Groveton, we could see that the road was clear to Centreville, and that there was no pursuit. Hunter soon appeared in sight. The sun had just risen, and in the rapture of the moment I said to Slater, "George, that is the son of Austerlitz." I knew that I had drawn a prize in the lottery of life, and my emotion was natural and should be pardoned. I could not but feel deep pity for Stoughton when he looked back at Centreville and saw that there was no chance of his rescue. Without any fault of his own, Stoughton's career as a soldier was blasted. There is an anecdote told of Mr. Lincoln that, when it was reported to him that Stoughton had been captured, he remarked, with characteristic humor, that he did not mind so much the loss of a general, for he could make another in 5 minutes, but he hated to lose the horses. Slater and I remained for some time behind as a rearguard and overtook Hunter, who had gone on in command, at Warrenton. We found that the whole population had turned out and were giving my men an ovation. Stoughton and the officers had breakfast with a citizen named Beckham. The general had been a classmate at West Point with Beckham's son, now a Confederate artillery officer, and had spent a vacation with him at his home. Stoughton now renewed his acquaintance with his family. We soon remounted and moved on south. After crossing the Rappahannock, the men and prisoners were put in charge of Dick Moran with orders to meet me near Culpeper Court House the next morning, while, with Hunter and the officers on parole, I went on in advance and spent the night near Brandy. As I had been in the saddle for 36 hours, I retired to rest as soon as we had eaten supper. The next morning there was a cold rain, but after breakfast we started for General Fitz Lee's headquarters. When we arrived at our destination, we hitched our horses in the front yard and went into the house, where we found Fitz Lee writing at a table before a log fire. We were cold and wet. In the 1st Virginia Cavalry, Fitz Lee and I had been well acquainted. He was very polite to his old classmate and to the officers when I introduced them, but he treated me with indifference, did not ask me to take a seat by the fire, nor seem impressed by what I had done. As a matter of historical fact, it is well known that this episode created a sensation in both armies, but the reception I received convinced me that I was not a welcome person at those headquarters. So, bidding the prisoners good-bye and bowing to Fitz Lee, Hunter and I rode off in the rain to the telegraph office to send a report to Stuart, who had his headquarters at Fredericksburg. The operator told me that Stuart was on his way to Culpeper and would arrive on the train that evening, but he sent the dispatch and it was delivered to Stuart. I met him at the depot and can never forget the joy his generous heart showed when he met me. That was a sufficient reward. Major John Pelham was with Stuart. This was the last time I ever saw Pelham, for he was killed a week afterwards. As we walked off, Stuart handed me a commission as captain from General John Letcher. It gave me rank with the Virginia troops, but as there were no such troops, it was a blank form, and I regarded it as a mockery. Stuart remarked that he thought the Confederate War Department would recognize it. I said, in rather an abrupt and indignant tone, I want no recognition. I meant official recognition. I did not affect to be indifferent to public praise. Such a man is either too good or too bad to live in this world. Stuart published a general order announcing the capture of Stoughton and had it printed, giving me 50 copies. That satisfied me, and I soon returned to my field of operations and again began war on the Potomac. Headquarters Cavalry Division, March 12, 1863. General Orders. Captain John S. Mosby has for a long time attracted the attention of his generals by his boldness, skill, and success, so signally displayed in his numerous forays upon the invaders of his native soil. None know his daring enterprise and dashing heroism better than those foul invaders, those strangers themselves to such noble traits. His last brilliant exploit, the capture of Brigadier General Stoughton, U.S.A., 2 captains and 30 other prisoners, together with their arms, equipments, and 58 horses, justifies this recognition in general orders. This feat, unparalleled in the war, was performed in the midst of the enemy's troops at Fairfax Court House without loss or injury. The gallant band of Captain Mosby shares his glory, as they did the danger of this enterprise, and are worthy of such a leader. Signed, J.E.B. Stuart, Major General Commanding. In a few days Fitz Lee wrote me that the detail of men I had from his brigade must return to their regiment. This attempt to deprive me of a command met with no favor from Stuart. I sent him Fitz Lee's letter, and he issued an order for them to stay until he recalled them. When the armies began to move in April, the men went back, but a considerable number of recruits had joined me, and what the enemy called my depredations continued. In the published records of the war is the following letter from General Robert E. Lee to President Davis, informing him of another success I had soon after the capture of Stoughton. Headquarters, Army of Northern Virginia, March 21, 1863. You will, I know, be gratified to learn by the enclosed dispatch that the appointment confirmed a few days since on Captain John S. Mosby was not unworthily bestowed. The point where he struck the enemy is north of Fairfax Court House, near the Potomac, and far within the lines of the enemy. I wish I could receive his appointment as major, or some official notification of it, that I might announce it to him. Signed, R. E. Lee, General. A dispatch from Lieutenant O'Connor, Provost Marshal at Fairfax Court House, sent to Washington an hour after we left the village, confirms the account I have given of our visit. He said, Captain Mosby, with his command, entered this town this morning at 2 a.m. They captured my patrols, horses, etc. They took Brigadier General Stoughton and horses, and all his men detached from his brigade. They took every horse that could be found, public or private, and the commanding officer of the post, Colonel Johnston, of the 5th New York Cavalry, made his escape from them in a nude state by accident. They searched for me in every direction. but being on the Vienna road visiting outposts, I made my escape. And in a report the next day to Colonel Wyndham, O'Connor said: On the night of the 8th instant, say about 2 or half past 2 a.m., Captain Mosby with his command entered the village by an easterly direction. They proceeded to Colonel Wyndham's headquarters and took all his horses and movable property with them. In the meantime another party of them entered the residence of Colonel Johnston and searched the house for him. He had, on their entering the town, heard of their movements, and believing them to be the patrol, went out to halt them, but soon found out his mistake. He then entered the house again, he being in a nude state, and got out backwards, they in hot pursuit of him. In the meantime others were dispatched to all quarters where officers were lodged, taking them out of their beds, together with the telegraph operator and assistant. Stoughton was soon exchanged but did not return to the army. The circumstances of his capture wrecked him as a soldier. He was accused of negligence in allowing the gap in the picket line through which we entered. The commander of the cavalry pickets, Colonel Wyndham, was responsible for that, and there is a letter in the war records from Stoughton to Wyndham calling his attention to it. I allowed Stoughton to write a letter, which I sent through a citizen, to Wyndham, in which he reproached him for the management of his outposts. But Wyndham ought not to be blamed because he did not anticipate an event that had no precedent. He did exercise reasonable vigilance. In this life we can only prepare for what is probable, not for every contingency. Colonel Johnstone lost his clothes and lay hidden for some time before he heard we were gone. O'Connor said he appeared in the state of Adam before the fall, but he could not survive the ridicule he incurred by it, and disappeared. Near Piedmont, Virginia, March 18, 1863. General: Yesterday I attacked a body of the enemy's cavalry at Herndon Station, in Fairfax County, completely routing them. I brought off 25 prisoners, a major, 1 captain, 2 lieutenants, and 21 men. All their arms, 26 horses, and equipments. 1, severely wounded, was left on the ground. The enemy pursued me in force but were checked by my rear guard and gave up the pursuit. My loss was nothing. The enemy have moved their cavalry from Germantown back of Fairfax Court House on the Alexandria Pike. In this affair my officers and men behaved splendidly. Signed, John S. Mosby. Endorsement: Major General J.E.B. Stuart. Headquarters of the Army of Northern Virginia, March 21, 1863. Respectfully forwarded for the information of the Department and as evidence of the merit and continued success of Captain Mosby. Signed, R. E. Lee, General. This Dranesville affair led to the following interesting correspondence after the war. It is of special value in illustrating the feelings of his enemies, the men who actually fought with him, towards Mosby. Washington, Vermont, December 19, 1910. Colonel John S. Mosby, Washington, D.C. Dear Colonel and Friend: You will be surprised to receive a letter from me, one you know so little, but will remember. In noticing today the item of the enclosed clipping, Mosby's comments on President Taft's appointment of a Confederate soldier, White, to be Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, I could not resist the privilege of writing to you, as I believe now I am the only surviving one of the 4 officers, Major Wells, Captain Schofield, Lieutenant Watson, and myself, you captured at Herndon Station, near Dranesville, Virginia, St. Patrick's Day, March 17, 1863, and with us the picket post of 21 men. Your treatment and that of your men to us on that occasion has always been gladly remembered by us all, in every respect courteous. And you kindly gave us our horses to ride from Upperville to Culpeper Court House, which was an act of the highest type of a man, and should bury deep forever the name of a guerrilla, and substitute to picket line a bad disturber. Most sincerely and cordially yours, Lieutenant P. C. J. Cheney. Burlington, Vermont, December 28, 1910. Dear Colonel Mosby,
The enclosed letter from Lieutenant P.C.J. Cheney of Washington, Vermont, explains itself. During the war for the Union he was a first lieutenant in the 1st Vermont Cavalry, and was captured by you at Herndon's Station on the 17th of March, 1863. Lieutenant Cheney was one of the bravest and best officers in the regiment, and was dangerously wounded in the charge made by the company in front of Round Top, Gettysburg, on the afternoon of July 3, 1863. I had the pleasure of meeting you at the inauguration of President McKinley, at which time I was Adjutant of Vermont, and presented you to Hon. Josiah Grout, then Governor of this State, who at the Miskel Farm fight between the 1st Vermont Cavalry and yourself was most dangerously wounded. You were kind enough to say that the 1st Vermont Cavalry was one of the very best regiments you had met in action. Yours very truly, T. S. Peck. General Stahl described the Miskel Farm affair in his report of April 2, 1863, as follows: It appears that on the evening of the 31st ultimo, Major Taggart, at Union Church 2 miles above Peach Grove, received information that Mosby, with about 65 men, was near Drainesville. He immediately dispatched Captain Flint with 150 men of the 1st Vermont to rout or capture Mosby and his force. Turning to the right, they followed up the broad run to a place marked J. Meskel. Here at a house they came upon Mosby, who was completely surprised and wholly unprepared for an attack from our forces. Had a proper disposition been made of our troops, Mosby could not, by any possible means, have escaped. It seems that around this house was a high board fence and stone wall, between which and the road was another fence and ordinary farm gate. Captain Flint took his men through the gate, and at a distance from the house fired a volley at Mosby and his men, who were assembled about the house, doing but slight damage to them. He then ordered a sabre charge, which was also ineffective, on account of the fence which intervened. Mosby waited until the men were checked by the fence, and then opened the gate of the barnyard, where his men were collected, saddling and bridling their horses, and opened fire upon them, killing and wounding several. The men became panic-stricken and fled precipitately through this gate, through which to make their escape. The opening was small. They got wedged together, and a fearful confusion followed, while Mosby's men followed them up and poured into the crowd a severe fire. Here, while endeavoring to rally his men, Captain Flint was killed, and Lieutenant Grout, of the same company, mortally wounded, will probably die today. Mosby, who had not had time to mount his horse, personally threw open the barnyard gate and ordered his men to charge through it, which they did with a terrific yell. Headquarters, Army of Northern Virginia, March 23, 1863. Captain J. S. Mosby. Captain: You will perceive from the copy of the order herewith enclosed that the President has appointed you Captain of Partisan Rangers. The General commanding directs me to say that it is desired that you proceed at once to organize your company, with the understanding that it is to be placed on a footing with all the troops of the line, and to be mustered unconditionally in the Confederate service for and during the war. Though you are to be its captain, the men will have the privilege of electing the lieutenants so soon as its members reach the legal standard. You will report your progress from time to time, and when the requisite number of men are enrolled, an officer will be designated to muster the company into the service. Signed, W. W. Taylor, A.A.G. Mosby's report to Stuart. Fauquier County, Virginia, April 7, 1863. General: I have the honor to submit the following report of the operations of the cavalry since rendering my last report. On Monday, March 16, I proceeded down the Little River Pike to capture 2 outposts of the enemy, each numbering 60 or 70 men. I did not succeed in gaining their rear as I had expected, and only captured 4 or 5 vedettes. It being late in the evening, and our horses very much jaded, I concluded to return. I had gone not over a mile back when we saw a large body of enemy's cavalry, which, according to their own reports, numbered 200 men, rapidly pursuing. I feigned a retreat,
desiring to draw them off from their camps. At a point where the enemy had blockaded the road with fallen trees, I formed to receive them, for with my knowledge of the Yankee character I knew they would imagine themselves fallen into an ambuscade. When they had come within 100 yards of me, I ordered a charge, to which my men responded with a vim that swept everything before them. The Yankees broke when we got in 75 yards of them, and it was more of a chase than a fight for 4 or 5 miles. We killed 5, wounded a considerable number, and brought off 1 lieutenant and 35 men prisoners. I did not have over 50 men with me, some having gone back with the prisoners, and others having gone on ahead, when we started back, not anticipating any pursuit. On Monday, March 31st, I went down in the direction of Drainesville to capture several strong outposts in the vicinity of that place. On reaching there I discovered that they had fallen back about 10 miles down the Alexandria pike. I then returned 6 or 8 miles back, and stopped about 10 o'clock at night at a point about 2 miles from the pike. Early the next morning one of my men, whom I had left over on the Leesburg pike, came dashing in and announced the rapid approach of the enemy. But he had scarcely given us the information when the enemy appeared a few hundred yards off, coming up at a gallop. At this time our horses were eating, all had their bridles off, and some even their saddles. They were all tied in a barnyard. Throwing open the gate, I ordered a countercharge, to which my men promptly responded. The Yankees, never dreaming of our assuming the offensive, terrified at the yells of the men as they dashed on, broke and fled in every direction. We drove them in confusion 7 or 8 miles down the pike. We left on the field 9 of them killed, among them a captain and lieutenant, and about 15 too badly wounded for removal. In this lot 2 lieutenants. We brought off 82 prisoners, many of these also wounded. I have since visited the scene of the fight. The enemy sent up a flag of truce for their dead and wounded, but many of them being severely wounded, they established a hospital on the ground. The surgeon who attended them informs me that a great number of those who escaped were wounded. The force of the enemy was 6 companies of the 1st Vermont Cavalry, one of their oldest and best regiments, and the prisoners inform me that they had every available man with them. They were certainly not less than 200. The prisoners say it was more than that. I had about 65 men in this affair. In addition to the prisoners, we took all their arms and about 100 horses and equipments. Privates Hart, Hurst, Keyes, and Davis were wounded. The latter has since died. Both on this and several other occasions they have borne themselves with conspicuous gallantry. In addition to those mentioned above, I desire to place on record the names of several others, whose promptitude and boldness in closing in with the enemy contributed much to the success of the fight. They are Lieutenant Chapman, late of Dixie Artillery, Sergeant Hunter, and Privates Wellington and Harry Hatcher, Turner, Wild, Sowers, Ames, and Silbert. There are many others, I have no doubt, deserving of honorable mention, but the above are only those who came under my personal observation. I confess that on this occasion I had not taken sufficient precautions to guard against surprise. It was 10 at night when I reached the place where the fight came off on the succeeding day. We had ridden through snow and mud upwards of 40 miles, and both men and horses were nearly broken down. Besides, the enemy had fallen back a distance of about 18 miles. Signed, John S. Mosby, Captain Commanding. Major General J.E.B. Stuart, Endorsements. Headquarters Cavalry Division, April 11, 1863. Respectfully forwarded, as in perfect keeping with his other brilliant achievements. Recommended for promotion. Signed, J.E.B. Stuart, Major General. Headquarters Army Northern Virginia, April 13, 1863. Respectfully forwarded for the information of the Department. Telegraphic reports already sent in. Signed, R. E. Lee, General. April 22, 1863. Adjutant General. Nominate as Major if it has not already been done. Signed, J. A. S. Seddon. Report of General Stile. Fairfax Court House, May 5, 1863. On the 3rd of May, between 8 and 9 A.M., Mosby with his band of guerrillas, together with a portion of the Black Horse Cavalry and a portion of a North Carolina regiment, came suddenly through the woods upon 50 of our men of the 1st Virginia Cavalry, who were in camp feeding their horses, just having returned from a scout, the remainder of that regiment being out in a different direction to scout the country on the right of the Warrenton and Alexandria Railroad and toward the Rappahannock. Our men being surprised and completely surrounded, rallied in a house close at hand and where a sharp fight ensued. Our men defended themselves as long as their ammunition lasted, notwithstanding the rebels built a large fire about the house of hay and straw and brushwood. The flames reached the house, and their ammunition being entirely expended, they were obliged to surrender. At this juncture, a portion of the 5th Regiment New York Cavalry, which was posted in the rear some distance from the 1st Virginia Cavalry, came to their rescue, making a brilliant charge, which resulted in the complete annihilation of Mosby's command and recaptured our men and property. Our men pursued the rebels in every direction, killing and wounding a large number, and had our horses been in better condition and not tired out by the service of the last few days, Mosby nor a single one of his men would have escaped. The rebel loss was very heavy, their killed being strewn along the road. Really, 1 man was killed and about 20 wounded. Telegram: Stahel to Heintzelman, May 30, 1863. We had a hard fight with Mosby this morning, who had artillery, the same which was used to destroy the train of cars. We whipped him like the devil and took his artillery. My forces are still pursuing him. Mosby's report to General Stuart. June 6, 1863. Last Saturday morning I captured a train of 12 cars on the Virginia and Alexandria Railroad loaded with supplies for the troops above. The cars were fired and entirely consumed. Having destroyed the train, I proceeded some distance back, when I recognized the enemy in a strong force immediately in my front. 1 shell which exploded in their ranks sufficed to put them to flight. After going about a mile further, the enemy were reported pursuing. Their advance was again checked by a shot from the howitzer. In this way we skirmished for several miles, until seeing the approach of their overwhelming numbers and the impossibility of getting off the gun, I resolved to make them pay for it as dearly as possible. Taking a good position on a hill commanding the road, we awaited their onset. They came up quite gallantly, not in dispersed order but in columns of 4s, crowded in a narrow lane. At 80 yards we opened on them with grape and followed this up with a charge of cavalry. We drove them half a mile back in confusion. Twice again did they rally, and as often were sent reeling back. At last our ammunition became exhausted and we were forced to abandon the gun. We did not then abandon it without a struggle, and a fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued in which, though overpowered by numbers, many of the enemy were made to bite the dust. In this affair I had only 48 men. The forces of the enemy were 5 regiments of cavalry. My loss, 1 killed, Captain Hoskins, a British officer who fell when gallantly fighting, 4 wounded. It is with pleasure I recommend to your attention the heroic conduct of Lieutenant Chapman and Privates Mountjoy and Beatty, who stood by their gun until surrounded by the enemy. Middleburg, Virginia, June 10, 1863. General: I left our point of rendezvous yesterday for the purpose of making a night attack on 2 cavalry companies of the enemy on the Maryland shore. Had I succeeded in crossing the river at night, as I expected, I would have had no difficulty in capturing them, but unfortunately my guide mistook the road and instead of crossing by 11 o'clock at night, I did not get over until after daylight. The enemy, between 80 and 100 strong, being apprised of my movement, were formed to receive me. A charge was ordered, the shock of which the enemy could not resist, and they were driven several miles in confusion with the loss of 7 killed and 17 prisoners, also 20-odd horses or more. We burned their tents, stores, camp equipage, etc. I regret the loss of 2 brave officers killed, Captain Bronner and Lieutenant Whitescarver. I also had 1 man wounded. Signed, John S. Mosby, Major of Partisan Rangers. Major General J.E.B. Stuart, Endorsement. June 15, 1863. Respectfully forwarded. In consideration of his brilliant services, I hope the President will promote Major Mosby. Signed, J.E.B. Stuart, Major General. Extracts from Stuart's report of the Gettysburg Campaign. Major Mosby, with his usual daring, penetrated the enemy's lines and caught a staff officer of General Hooker, bearer of dispatches to General Pleasanton, commanding United States Cavalry near Aldie. These dispatches disclosed the fact that Hooker was looking to Aldie with solicitude, and that Pleasanton, with infantry and cavalry, occupied the place, and that a reconnaissance in force of cavalry was meditated toward Warrenton and Culpeper. I immediately dispatched to General Hampton, who was coming by way of Warrenton from the direction of Beverly Ford, this intelligence, and directed him to meet this advance at Warrenton. The captured dispatches also gave the entire number of divisions, from which we could estimate the approximate strength of the enemy's army. I therefore concluded in no event to attack with cavalry alone the enemy at Aldie. Hampton met the enemy's advance toward Culpeper and Warrenton, and drove him back without difficulty, a heavy storm and night intervening to aid the enemy's retreat. I resumed my own position now at Rector's Cross Roads, and being in constant communication with the commanding general, had scouts busily employed watching and reporting the enemy's movements, and reporting the same to the commanding general. In this difficult search, the fearless and indefatigable Major Mosby was particularly efficient. His information was always accurate and reliable. End of chapter.